Room! Lieutenant Vex stood at attention as the captain exited the CIC. For the following 4 hours he had the watch, with explicit instructions not to bother Captain Zephyr unless the apocalypse was imminent. Not that such a scenario was probable, of course. He was aboard the Tav Indomitable, the flagship of the Terran Bastion fleet. If the Stellar Confederation intended to strike Sol, they would need to battle their way through the heavily fortified Nexus system first. The only thing he truly had to guard against was tedium. Dross took his seat towards the rear of the CIC. The Redoutable's core was rather unimpressive. There was a reason all of the publicity images of the Redoutable had chosen to feature the flag bridge. Nothing but consoles adorned the walls, some manned by weary-looking sailors, and a curved floor-to-ceiling display on the far wall depicted an empty and static starscape. Everything fit together with cold, clinical precision, without a trace of ornamentation or flair. At this stage of the human compact war, every expense was avoided. Even the seized SCS Barracuda had undergone only minimal modifications before joining the home fleet. A shift along the right-hand row of monitors drew Dross's attention. He walked over to Ensign Quill, who had straightened up in her seat to examine her console. She had gotten some kind of alert. "Anything on the screens, Peters?" "Possibly, sir. An object just passed through the gate, designated XSO-781 Tango." "Are you certain it's not simply an unplanned convoy from Second Fleet? They've been dispatching them more often these days." "Doubtful, sir. This didn't come in on the Nexus vector." Dross furrowed his brow. Warp gates required 2 essential elements, an unobstructed path between stars and a gate at each end. The lieutenant wasn't aware of any such routes into or out of Sol apart from Nexus. It was the reason they'd expended so many lives attempting to maintain control of the damn system. If this object unveiled a new, previously undiscovered connection, perhaps one leading to an area of space inaccessible to the compact, it could be the finding of his career. "Forward the information to Stratint and keep me updated on any developments. We're handling this according to protocol." Chirp made his way through the throng outside the Peak Olympus starport, trying his best to keep up with Hawkins's lead. The enormous human soldier was able to forge a path through the crowd with an ease that the small Avari envied. People moved aside for Hawkins. Chirp was fortunate if they spotted him in time to avoid stepping on him. His vivid gold feathers and 4 deep purple eyes weren't quite enough to compensate for his modest 3.5 feet of height. Oh, well. At least he didn't need to be concerned about anyone sitting on him on the subway. The crowd of reporters dispersed, and Chirp moved up next to Hawkins. The human appeared worn out. His expression was fixed in a frown, and dark circles had formed beneath his eyes. The Avari was pretty sure his friend had been drinking every night since being discharged. He couldn't fault him for it either. The court-martial had turned out to be longer and more public than anyone had anticipated. Hawkins glanced down at Chirp, a hollow grin on his face. "Having fun with the crowd?" "As usual, someday your kind will figure out how to watch where they're going before taking a step." "Unlikely. If a few million years of evolution couldn't ingrain it in us, I'm not certain how a 5-year partnership will succeed." "I could start kicking back." Hawkins chuckled. "You're essentially the poster child for your whole race. Anyone who knocks you down is bound to feel quite awful, even without a kick." Chirp fended off an especially skinny passerby with a wing. The man stumbled and almost fell, but he didn't glance down. The bastard likely assumed he'd snagged his foot on something. "Think Blackthorn's yacht's going to be as fancy as he said?" Hawkins inquired. "Most likely better," responded Chirp. "Word is that he got his hands on a retired fast attack vessel, one of those old dragonflies. Those things are quite attractive." "Didn't we insert into Zenith with a dragonfly escort?" "You bet I did. I'll never forget seeing the strafing run on that damned Alpierre's palace for as long as I live. I, on the other hand, will treasure my recollections of extended periods in distant orbit, attempting to determine why on earth you all went silent while also hoping that the compact doesn't detect us. It was the most prolonged assignment of my career. At the very least, you'll have the chance to view a dragonfly up close this evening. Blackthorn appears quite enthusiastic about his newly acquired vessel." Hawkins laughed softly. "He ought to be. It's got the highest cost-to-tonnage ratio in the whole damn fleet. There's a reason these beauties aren't being produced anymore." Do you have any clue how he was able to afford this? I mean, the salary isn't terrible, but it took me a couple of years to save up enough for a craterside flat. I couldn't even purchase a share in a civilian four-seater, let alone an entire damn warfare. His poetry, as it turns out. Never knew his work was quite so popular. Chirp attempted to imagine Blackthorn, an elderly chief warrant officer, a veteran of countless missions during the Human Unification Wars and the more recent Human Compact conflict, penning poetry at a desk. The mental picture didn't quite align. It was yet another aspect of humans that the Avari was certain he'd never fully comprehend. Hawkins released a groan as they turned the corner to the spaceport's security checkpoint. This time, it was Chirp who looked up. How bad? I can't see much above belt level. We're going to be here a while. Sir, XSO 781 Tango has just initiated a course adjustment. It's slowing down. Ensign Peters' voice trembled. Wait, what? I thought we were dealing with a rock. So did I, sir. Peters hesitated. If we're following protocol, this is the point where we dispatch a gunboat to investigate further. Understood, Ensign. I'll draft the orders immediately. Fang's ears were pulled taut with focus as he watched the meat sizzling on the grill. The initial droplets of blood had just begun to appear on the steaks. He'd turn them over in another 37 seconds, sprinkle on seasoning, then wait for their aroma to signal that they were done. The lichen had significantly improved his cooking skills in the 4 years since they'd made Earth their home. Fang kept an eye on his cub, Kip. She hadn't quite developed a sense of caution, and he partly anticipated that today might be the day she decided to attempt climbing onto the grill. She'd certainly scaled everything else. Nearby trees, the 3-tiered fountain outside their building, and, much to his and Sora's embarrassment, a somber statue of a young human soldier standing at attention in the local square. Sora was resting close by, her ears flicking with entertainment. For whatever reason, she enjoyed watching him cook, describing it as more enjoyable than actually consuming the food. Fang tried his best to accommodate her whenever possible. He turned the meat over, applied a thin coating of spices to them, then shut his eyes. Sora would be able to handle Kip by herself for a short while. The rich aroma of sizzling meat was distinct against the ocean breeze, and he could sense the delicate shifts in scent as his dish inched nearer and nearer to being ready. He detected the aromas of a small group of humans strolling along the trail above. Cheerful, satisfied scents, without any of the sharp notes he'd learned to identify as surprise or unease. Cascade had long ago grown accustomed to having several hundred 7-foot-tall bipedal wolves as inhabitants. They'd even become something of a local symbol. Mount Mons had its Avari, Phoenix had its Cephian, and Cascade had its lichen. There it was, flawlessly prepared steak. He skillfully transferred the slices of meat onto plates, issued a command to turn off the grill, and strolled over to Sora's bench to take a seat. Kib, appearing completely worn out, had slumped next to her mother. Fang gave her 20 minutes before she was darting around the beach again. He passed them each their plate. Sora took a bite, chewing slowly and deliberately before swallowing. She then looked over at Fang. It's a little overdone. You always say that, and you can always tell when I'm lying. It's flawless, as usual. Nothing compared to your initial try. Fang trembled. How was I supposed to know there was a real flame underneath? You can't fault me for allowing it to spread to the meat. Yet I can, even though it was some time back, and I'd still happily eat overcooked steak each evening if it meant we could dine together more often than just once every few weeks. It's bound to occur more frequently now that I've left the fleet and you're posted nearby. Perhaps, or you'll get involved in countless projects with the pack and leave me by myself every evening. You're more likely to accomplish that by signing up for additional assignments, said Fang, his ears spreading into a smile. We're designed to stay occupied. What's the longest period of time off we've managed to take? 4 days? Maybe 5? 3, in fact. Sora took another bite of meat, then went on without swallowing. And the final day of that isn't really counted, since you revised one of the lichen subversion SOPs. She swallowed and looked down at her plate. We really ought to start getting larger cuts. Fang glanced at his own plate. He'd scarcely finished a third of his steak. They'd need to raise larger cows. Care for some of mine? Don't mind if I do. Sora ripped off half of his leftover meal, then hesitated. Her gaze darted around anxiously. "Where's Kip?" Fang looked down at the place beside his mate, where an empty plate sat on the worn wood. Kip was not in sight. "Damn it," he exhaled. "We nearly got through an entire day without misplacing her." Dross observed the gunboat's tiny blip creep towards XSO 781 Tango's location. It appeared so minuscule on his HUD, nearly engulfed by the enormous void encircling the gate, yet he remained tense. The Skyprey's pilot would be approaching to within 100 clicks of the alien object, which was now stationary in relation to the gate. The lieutenant had opted to access the TAC feed and comm channel discreetly, without displaying it on his console or chair's speakers. He didn't wish to seem anxious in front of the crew, regardless of how queasy he felt. "This is Chief Petty Officer Douala. We've just gotten a clear view of the ESO and are sending the initial report now. It appears harmless." Dross scanned through the sensor data, taking in the information. It consisted mainly of technical specifics, calculated mass, elemental makeup, and the like. But he felt relieved to find no indication of structure or organization. There was no possibility that any intelligent species would construct a vessel to those specifications. His sense of relief was short-lived. Dross startled as the general quarters alarm blared. The unknown object disappeared from the tactical display. "God fucking damn it," cursed Peters. 394, Romeo just escaped through the gate. The Skipray fired, but it evaded the grazer and outpaced the missiles. Dross tuned out the rest of Peters' words as Douala's report crackled through the comm channel. "Disregard my previous message. It became nervous after we illuminated it with a targeting laser. Struck us with a mild EM pulse, then turned around and fled. We were unable to neutralize it before it vanished through the gate, awaiting further instructions." The communications officer looked up at Dross, a question already taking shape on her lips, but he silenced her with a quick cutting motion of his hand. "I'm all ears, Ensign. Order the Skipray to return to base, then rouse Captain Zephyr. This situation has become complicated." Chirp ran a reverent wingtip along the smooth hull of the Stardust, Blackthorn's recently obtained yacht, trying his hardest to prevent his crest from rising with excitement. He had spent the majority of his life aboard the various vessels in the Avari remnant flock, moving from position to position as one of the few shipboard Marines. Each ship had been old, held together by centuries of improvised systems and salvaged components. The air recycler on his birth vessel, the High Branch, had made a rhythmic clunking sound every 4.5 minutes. The computer system on the Pouncer, one of their rare warships, would completely reset if the grazers were fired while an airlock was open. Chirp had never imagined he'd have the chance to see something as magnificent as the Stardust up close. Dragonfly-class fast attack ships were designed to accomplish every task. They possessed an aerodynamic and sleek form. Sharp, radar-deflecting angles offered stealth both in and out of atmosphere. The vessel's stern featured a pre-contact human ion drive, allowing it to move silently at low acceleration, while an impeller nacelle on the ship's prow provided the speed of a modern warship when secrecy wasn't necessary. By all accounts, they ought to have been hideous. Human designers shouldn't have been capable of merging so many contradictory design choices into a 60-meter structure. Yet somehow they'd succeeded and created a class of matte black marvels. Chirp could see where the Stardust gracer blisters and missile bays had been taken out. Not even Blackthorn had sufficient connections to acquire a fully operational warship, but the military-grade comms array remained untouched. Neither, he noticed with surprise, had the cloaking module. It was experimental, and he'd discovered the hard way that the light-bending apparatus wasn't very effective against compact sensors when you got within a few dozen clicks, but it was significantly better than optical camouflage. Blackthorn had also made modifications to the ship. A compact shuttle bay occupied the area previously housing the missile bay. A small turret provided the vessel with a light armament system, and if Chirp wasn't mistaken, the impellers had been swapped out for a type typically found on civilian racing craft. This suggested that the reactor had undergone significant improvements as well, along with the majority of the internal systems. "Blasted crest," thought Chirp, as he discreetly ran an arm along his head. "I'm not some damned hatchling." Hawkins wasn't looking. He was occupied gazing at the vessel. Blackthorn was, though, with a smug smile spread across his face. Like it? Asked Blackthorn. Chirp could practically hear the unspoken "sir" at the conclusion of the inquiry. Blackthorn seemed unable to avoid giving off the impression that he was standing in uniform, ready for inspection. "It's gorgeous," said Chirp. "How in the ever-loving hell did you manage to keep the stealth module?" Blackthorn's grin became sheepish. "I'm not entirely certain that Fleet is aware it's still on there. The crew handling the decommissioning knew who was receiving the ship, and they took some liberties. I didn't grasp the extent of what they overlooked until it arrived from the Hephaestus. At times, I'm a bit jealous of your connections. It appears you're acquainted with nearly every significant person in the whole fleet. Only the warrants-in-chiefs, Captain. The important ones, at any rate." Blackthorn turned his back on the Avari. "Hey, Hawkins, quit slobbering on my vessel and get your jobless self aboard. Time to kick off this maiden voyage." Chirp placed an arm over his crest as he walked up into the stardust. He was eager for this. His typical drop pod simply didn't possess the same appeal as a warship, even if it was decommissioned. Dross shifted uneasily in his chair, trying his hardest to avoid meeting the gaze of the men seated next to him. Apart from the petty officer delivering the briefing, he was likely the most junior individual present. He remained uncertain about how Merkel had managed to send him as her replacement. At the very least, it was intriguing. Within less than 60 minutes, Strat-Int had succeeded in transforming the jumble of data produced by the skipray into a comprehensive threat evaluation. Well, a reasonably comprehensive one. There wasn't a great deal of information to work with. 394, Romeo seems to be mainly carbon silicate in composition, the briefer went on, with trace amounts of heavier elements present. At a macro level, it was essentially a 20-meter amorphous mass. No weapons, no apparent means of propulsion. We can merely hypothesize about its microscale construction. It continuously emits a relatively steady stream of low-intensity microwave radiation. A fresh slide appeared at the front of the screen, this one displaying a map of the gate's exclusion zone. The object's exit trajectory was marked in vivid red. 394, Romeo seems to have emerged close to the galactic center, on the outskirts of space controlled by the compact. We've pinpointed 2 potential systems that might have supported unstable routes, but they lie beyond the remains of a nova. A stable route to a star has not yet been discovered. After leaving the gate, 394, Romeo started to slow down a bit. A gunboat called the Skipray was sent out with instructions to get closer to the ESO and perform more thorough scans. The gunboat's course appeared on the map, this time in dark green. The first round of passive scans provided the bulk of our data. Active scans, on the other hand, triggered a reaction from 394 Romeo. A vivid red exit vector materialized, outlining a route from the object back through the gate. Dross's brow furrowed slightly as he observed its curve. No craft could be that agile. His lips had already parted, the inquiry on the verge of escaping, when he recalled his surroundings and promptly shut his mouth. The additional men and women present in the room displayed more courage. The presenter adopted a resolute expression as he silenced several of the highest-ranking officers in the Terran fleet. "Kindly reserve your questions until I'm finished, gentlemen. There's a good possibility I'll address them in the next few minutes." To summarize briefly, indeed it outpaced one of our Mark IX missiles, though just barely. Yes, the skipray managed to hit it with its grazers. And indeed, it passed through the gate despite that, and precisely matched its exit vector in spite of evasive maneuvers. No, we're not certain how. Dross settled back in his chair as the presentation went on. He sensed the keen interest radiating from the officers. He didn't envy the Strat-Int petty officer at all. Fang and Sora were heading back to their place on the beach, their cub held between them, when Fang's mate suddenly halted. Kip gave a yelp as she was unexpectedly stretched between the two lichen. "Hey, Fang," Sora said, "do you recall some of those exercises we did back on the Galactic Pride, the ones that happened behind closed doors?" Fang flicked his ears in recognition. "I doubt I'll ever forget. We reviewed them so many times with Strat-Int after we defected. What made you think of them?" "A friend of mine aboard the Redoubtable asked for my opinion on a recent ESO. There's some uncertainty about how to interpret it. What made him think you'd be able to help him ID an extrasolar rock?" "Take a look." Sora sent the file across to Fang's HUD. As he scrolled through, his ears gradually lowered against his head. Kip released a soft whimper, and he relaxed his paw before he squeezed hers too tightly. Sora observed him with worry. "See it?" asked Sora. "Yeah. This would have set off the complete scrub. Our claw had its own dedicated level, if I recall correctly, and enough explosives and EMPs to equip a small ship. All of it dead, every bit of data erased, and explosives at key structural points. We never did work out why they were quite that paranoid. This might not be what we drilled for. Given that EM spectrum, there's no way, and you're aware of it, I'm upgrading the Redoubtable." Sora looked back toward their residence, a snug apartment midway up the Harrington Tower. "I suggest we return, gather anything we can't stand to abandon. Then we begin ensuring everyone in the packs informed about the full planet evacuation. These plans haven't been revised since the humans' contact. They're 5 years out of date. In that case, we'll need to make absolutely certain we reach the ships before anyone else." It began as a trickle, an almost timid start. Small vessels jumped into Seoul in pairs and trios along the recently found vector, decelerating to a halt a few thousand kilometers from the gate. A keen observer might have noticed that they had a remarkable similarity to the skip ray, but there were no keen observers. The closest Terran station was over 20,000 kilometers distant. An astute observer could have detected the microwave radiation emanating from the newcomers. But there were no astute observers monitoring. They were occupied, reaching a somber conclusion. Before long, the dozens of invaders grew to hundreds. Hundreds swelled to thousands. And as Lieutenant Vex gazed at his screen in shock, thousands multiplied into millions. They streamed through the gate like a sudden deluge. The home fleet maneuvered, attempting to encircle and restrict the expanding incursion. But it was futile. The vast quantity of contacts defied comprehension. The Redoubtable recorded 7 million distinct objects before the swarm grew too thick for Terran sensors to penetrate. The Redoutable's CIC was hushed. Captain Zephyr stood beside her station, her expression a grim mask. Ensign Quill shifted uneasily in her seat as she gazed hopelessly at her console. Dross, once again serving as the ship's fire control officer, hurriedly designated targets while attempting to fit in as many last-minute diagnostics as possible. The Redoubtable possessed 212 Gracer blisters, each manned by 4 individuals. Dross required over 11 minutes to activate them all. The general quarters alarm continued to resound throughout the vessel. Crew members were still hurrying into their skin suits, still rushing through the passageways towards their posts. They hadn't anticipated this. They weren't prepared. They needed additional time. Dross had already realized he wouldn't be getting it. He winced at Merkel's sudden gasp. "Lieutenant Vex, weapons cleared. Let's sweep this nuisance away and continue with our agenda." "Aye, sir." He was surprised by the calmness in his voice. His hands were trembling. "Opening fire." 200 Terran capital ships unleashed their weapons, cutting into the ever-expanding swarms. Grazer beams swept through the small vessels of the swarm. At the center of the formation, the captured ram lashed out with its full power, releasing 1,000 lances of devastation. Delicate hulls burst apart into pieces. The 3 Terran defensive stations circling the gate, each as large as a small moon, opened their bays and discharged 500,000 nuclear missiles. Every explosion ripped vast gaps in the swarm. The Terran Bastion fleet unleashed more devastation within 3 minutes than the Sol system had witnessed since humanity's dawn. Wherever their armaments struck, the approaching vessels crumbled. The Terran ships trembled with the exertion of sustaining the onslaught. It wasn't sufficient. The swarm assimilated the devastation, closing ranks as its exterior layers vaporized under the Terran's wrath. The deluge persisted undiminished. The throng of invaders expanded. They consumed everything that Seoul could muster, until at last the missile bays were depleted. The barrage of grazers diminished, then halted. For an instant, both sides paused. Then the swarm struck back. Seoul. As the Terran Bastion fleet's initial barrage subsided, the invading swarm's counterattack commenced. Matte gray vessels surged forward like a swarm of locusts, enveloping the Terrans and isolating them from the remainder of the solar system. Once it had completely surrounded the defending warships, the swarm unleashed its firepower. The home fleet screens soaked up tens of thousands of grazer blasts as they lanced out from the swarm. Their point defense cannons tore through innumerable missiles. The defending warships cycled vessels between the protected core of their formation and the vulnerable perimeter, attempting to distribute the damage evenly. For now, the home fleet maintained its position. Their grazers and missiles retaliated, carving paths of devastation through the encircling mass of attackers. However, the swarm quickly replenished any opening created by Terran weaponry. It started to draw nearer. Cascade, Earth. Fang tucked a small data storage module into his ruck, placing it between one of Kip's plush toys and her dulled training knife. He noticed his cub had entrusted him with the stuffed rabbit Blackthorn had purchased for the cub's first birthday. A floppy, worn thing that she was presently loving to bits. He felt more than a little moved. There wasn't much else in the apartment worth keeping. His rifle and pistol were already placed by the door, and he'd never been one for clothes. The 2 pairs he'd packed were all he owned. Not all of Kip's toys were going to fit into their bags, naturally, but the little cub was handling that with solemn gravity. She was in her room at the moment, giving each of them a lengthy goodbye. Her favorites had already been distributed between hers and her parents' packs. Sora was walking back and forth by the window, her distant gaze indicating to Fang that she was thoroughly absorbed in something on her HUD. Her own bag and equipment had been ready for some time. She was much less attached than he was to the small mementos they'd collected during the 5 Earth years they'd lived as Terrans. "Ready to go, Sora?" My message didn't get through to the Redoubtable. Not a single one has. The blasted ship, heck, the whole home fleet, hasn't been in contact for an hour now. Have you considered sending it to the Admiralty? I imagine they might find it useful. I might as well yell it from the damn roof. All I'm receiving from my contacts are automated responses. They're likely holed up in strategy rooms and briefings, handling this as if it were some sort of stellar Confederation invasion. It isn't. Whatever has emerged through that gate, it's the entity the Compact fears, not a goddamn fleet. It seems there's not much you can do about it then. All the reports we submitted after defecting are classified, and you've already attempted to address it through the official channels. If we leave now, we can rendezvous with the rest of the Free Pack at the designated meeting point. I suppose we've done all we can. Let's get going. She turned in the direction of Kip's room. Is the cub still bidding farewell to her minions? No. Kip exited her room, eyes wide and expression serious. I'm finished. We can leave. Fang seized his pack, then secured his pistol and slung his rifle over his shoulder. Sora followed suit. Kip wrestled into her overstuffed ruck with a look of grim determination. While departing their apartment and heading for the elevators, Fang continued to steal glances at his mate. She appeared downcast, her ears sagging along the sides of her head. She repeatedly paused and glanced back at their room, as though she had forgotten something and wished to return. Fang put an arm around her. Their rifles made the movement somewhat awkward, but he pulled it off. You know, Fang remarked, the local headquarters is just a couple of blocks from here. We could drop by, hand over the intel personally, and still reach the Exodus ships well ahead of the general evacuation announcement. We've got time. Truly? Sora's ears perked straight up. I hadn't considered that. I'll go by myself, naturally. You and Kip shouldn't be pulled into this alongside me. Like hell you will. Fang showed his teeth in a grim snarl. We stay together no matter what. Task Redoubtable, Solgate. Lieutenant Slater let out a heavy grunt as he attempted to loosen Grazer 37's emergency coolant release. Next to him, Master Space Wallace trembled with a comparable exertion. The coarse metal of the valve dug into their hands, and perspiration drenched the interiors of their form-fitted vac suits. Without their helmets, neither would have been capable of breathing the hot, arid atmosphere. The constant hum of the Redoubtable's shields intensified as the warship struggled to fend off a barrage of incoming Grazer shots. Slater hesitated. No high-pitched sound. That was a relief. The hull wouldn't be taking damage just yet. He dipped his head and delivered a powerful push. The valve yielded and moved forward as though it had never put up any resistance. Slater let out a cry of victory, then swore as his shoulder collided with a scorching bulkhead. Pain shot through his thickly insulated ERT suit. The lieutenant shuffled backwards and surveyed the remainder of the confined chamber. Wallace was already clambering up the ladder. Slater couldn't fault him. If he was able to sense the heat in his climate-controlled suit, it must be scorching. You can seal it up, sir. The coolant has just vented. That was Petty Officer Gregor, the gun commander. Slater swiftly closed the valve again. The quicker they could begin releasing heat, the better. A final sweep of the access chamber showed no fresh fires. Slater quickly inspected all the provisional wiring and fixes they'd put in place, then carefully examined the seal on the grazer's core. All appeared to meet standards, so the Marine ERT clambered back into the grazer's control section. Damn transfer coil had better vent correctly next time, Wallace remarked. The spacer spoke with enough volume to be audible over the hum of the screens. These skin suits are a pain to clean when they get all sweaty. We're going to be cycling it by hand from now on, Gregor stated, but we can simply have Chan take care of it. You've spent enough time down in the hole. The unlucky spacer Chan, who had been hanging back in the corner since Slater showed up and offered his help, received that news with a frown. The young man hadn't uttered a sound since the grazer malfunctioned. Gregor faced Slater. Appreciate the help, sir. Never imagined I'd be happy to have a Marine in my blister, but you really know your stuff. You've lived up to every bit of your reputation. Slater's response was interrupted as the ship's displays emitted a piercing shriek. The vessel lurched, and the two men in the fell quiet. Chan swore as he lost his grip on the ladder and hit the ground with a thud. Figure that impact was quite severe, said Wallace. Hope we can get the screens recharged before we take another massive hit like that. The vessel lurched abruptly, taking all four men by surprise. Gregor clutched at his console, Wallace steadied himself against a bulkhead, and Chan tumbled into a heap. Only Slater maintained his footing. That wasn't a grazer, said Gregor. No, it wasn't, Slater responded. And it was awfully close. I'll go check it out. Might even come across your missing crewman while I'm at it. If you locate him, sir, said Gregor, tell him to hurry. This thing's difficult enough to keep up with a full crew. And let him know he's a lazy good-for-nothing, Wallace chimed in. The bastard's likely still in bed. I believe I can handle that. Slater leaned down to collect a few pieces of discarded equipment. His EVA suit would have just hindered him in the confined accessway, and his fusion torch hadn't been necessary, and prepared to leave. Once this is finished, you all owe me a beverage. Should we all survive this ordeal, sir? I'll purchase the entire damn bar for you. Cascade, Earth. Fang displayed his finest attempt at a smile to the two human guards and kept on pacing. Sora had entered the Cascade headquarters 30 minutes earlier, but he'd surrendered his military identification and clearance upon his discharge. Fang and Kip had no choice but to remain outside. An almost continuous flow of fleet personnel in uniform was entering and leaving the building. The majority were humans, but Fang could spot the odd Avari or Lycan among the crowd. The Lycans naturally noticed him as well, and moved aside to show their respect and provide brief updates about the incursion. Usually he would have been uncomfortable with the attention, or attempted to persuade them that they shouldn't regard him any differently than they did themselves. This time, he simply listened. We've been out of contact through FTL communications for nearly an hour now, reported a corporal with black fur. However, we're still connected to a few of the observation drones, and the outlook appears bleak. We're likely losing, sir, said another. Home fleet's entirely encircled. All we can make out is a massive gray sphere of invaders. Fang instructed each of them to inform their superiors about his and Sora's report, and they all vowed to do their utmost. He wasn't expecting any of them to successfully reach the brass, however. The Avari had been integrating into human society for much longer than Lycan, and he could count the number of Avari officers on one paw. The Lycan were in an even worse position. Sora, a sergeant, was the highest-ranking Lycan in fleet. I shouldn't have refused when they proposed that commission to me, Fang reflected. Perhaps I could have bypassed all this blasted chain of command. He spotted Sora exiting the building and rushed over to greet her. His partner's ears were tightly furled with anger. That wasn't a promising sign. You get through to them? As if. Sora's nose tilted upward as she straightened her slim shoulders and mimicked the local accent. The command staff is occupied, they told me, and your new clearance hasn't been processed yet. I'm sorry, but you'll need to wait here until someone authorizes your entry. Nobody came. Not a single person. All the influential folks are too occupied to look at their messages, so I can't even get near. We ought to leave. There's no other option for us here. We're giving up then? Not quite. A glint appeared in Sora's eye. I simply did the next closest thing to informing the fleet. I informed the public. In about an hour, the Admiralty won't be able to ignore the report even if they attempt to. You realize you've likely just tossed aside any future you might have had with Fleet? If that occurs, I'll still have you and Kip, but I'm correct about this decision. Chances are I'll get promoted. For now, though, we really ought to get to the ships. Our advantage just disappeared. Task Redoubtable, Soul Gate. Slater decelerated near a sealed compartment and scrutinized its access panel with a critical gaze. A current reading this instance, and the compartment's lone occupant had been properly suited up. A fortunate thing that. They were positioned right against the vessel's outer hull, and there'd been a breach. A short-range comm signal was coming from the room. Slater tuned his HUD to it as he sealed the door behind him and began cycling his compartment. Is anybody out there? This is Lieutenant Slater from the Marine Emergency Response Team. I'll be the one getting you out of here tonight. Thank goodness you're here, man. Something's entering through the breach. It's terrible. Oh, man, it's terrible. You've got to get me out. The trapped man seemed panicked. His breathing came in quick gasps, and a few of his words ran together. Something in there had apparently shaken him. That's what I'm here for, son. Just hang tight and let me do my job. No, you're not getting it. You need to get me out right this fucking minute. I don't care if you have to amputate an arm or do some other movie-type stuff like that. Just extract me now. The door slid open with a hiss, revealing the chamber within. A 4-meter tier marred the distant bulkhead, through which sporadic flashes of a grazer were visible. Slater hardly noticed. His gaze was fixed on the roiling gray mass seeping through the breach and gradually spreading across the compartment. It crept along the floor like a kind of thick fluid, yet it didn't reflect any light. Jagged edges and geometric patterns flickered in and out of view on its matte surface. A pair of tendrils had separated from the main body. One crept slowly towards Slater's door. The other was scarcely 3 meters away from the room's confined occupant. Slater acted swiftly. His fusion torch ignited before he'd gotten to the trapped man. A section of the hull's reinforced plating had caved inward and pinned the spacer against the compartment's side. Freeing him shouldn't prove too challenging. This shouldn't take much time to cut through, Slater remarked. Name and rank? Able Spacer Leroy Blogg, sir. Assigned to Grazer 37. The fusion torch cut into the metal. The gray mass crept nearer, still twisting, with strange shapes and lines. Slater had no idea what it could be, but he definitely didn't want it getting to them. Blogg, huh? That name must have been rough during basic. What were you up to near the outer hull? One of the chiefs seized me, instructed me to check a few of the exterior bulkheads. He appeared concerned about something. Justifiably so, thought Slater, if there's more of that stuff on the outside. Halfway through the metal, the goop was less than 2 meters away. Got any kids? Partners? Hopeless crushes? Blogg let out a chuckle. A family? Up here? No way. Perhaps when the war ends and I can return home to Ganymede, I'll meet someone. But not before then. Fleet doesn't do any favors for its spacers' romantic lives. Fair enough, I suppose. You've left that final part conveniently unanswered, though. 3/4 of the journey complete. Slater peered down at the churning gray sludge. He felt like he could have spat on it. Strangely, it didn't seem to be getting any shallower as it expanded outward. He returned his attention to his task in the trivial chatter that appeared to be keeping the spacer at ease. Well, there's this particular girl, Jennifer. Blogg spoke the name with reverence. We were tight during university and basic, but she didn't make it through the enlistment lottery. Got a shore posting on Europa. It's been difficult to stay in contact. Jesus, this kid ever young, thought Slater. He's still got zits, for crying out loud. Just imagine, the next time you encounter her, you'll be a combat-tested veteran, survivor of the Second Battle of Seoul. If that doesn't win her over, nothing will. Nearly finished, the ensnared spacer contorted uncomfortably as he attempted to keep his foot away from the extraterrestrial substance. It was just a few inches from him now. Fuck it, thought Slater. This is too slow. He released a deep, primal roar and ripped the metal loose. He failed to notice the still-hot cut as it burned through the palm of one of his gloves and seared his hand. The lieutenant seized the stunned Blog and hauled him bodily from the room. "You managed it, sir," breathed Blog. "I can hardly believe you really got me out." "You can thank me later. For now, you have a report to deliver. I'll accompany you to the CIC." Blog offered an unsteady salute and moved to leave. Slater's eyes grew large as he noticed an expanding area of gray on the rear of his foot. "Bloody hell," said Slater. "You got some of it on you." Blog's curse transformed into a cry of agony as the durable fabric of his skin suit finally tore. Slater darted ahead and attempted to slice through his uniform, tried to free the young man, but he was too slow. He could only look on in terror as the spacer's veins shifted to a deep, dark gray. Slater retreated one step, then another. Leroy's cries had ceased. Sludge was seeping from his eyes, from his nose, even through his eardrums. He melted away before the lieutenant's gaze. Slater spun around and fled, but he barely made it a few steps before his head erupted in agony. A recognizable agony, though. He had felt it previously, back when the Terran Alliance had initially begun developing organic computers within human and Avari minds. A portion of the training had involved learning to identify the sensation when something malfunctioned, and he still experienced the occasional bad dream about that particular day. This was exponentially worse. It seemed as if something was tearing through his mind, mercilessly ripping into his memories, examining them briefly, then discarding them in their rush to seize the next. Searing static filled his vision. His hands jerked as he instinctively reached for a small, slightly curved container on his belt. He'd never anticipated needing it beyond training. Lifting the box to his head was the single most difficult thing he'd ever done in his life. His arm felt like lead and impossibly heavy. His scorched hand grasped it awkwardly, on the verge of dropping the life-saving package and condemning him to an eternity of anguish. But gradually, agonizingly, he brought the device around to the back of his head. Then he pressed it down with every ounce of strength he had left. Slater exhaled in relief as his sight returned and the agony subsided. His HUD had vanished, taking with it his ship map and communication system, but he was still breathing. He threw a swift look behind him, then hurriedly got to his feet and dashed away from the gradually advancing sludge. The Redoutable's screens whined repeatedly. The vessel trembled as its armor, rather than its shields, started to take in grazer hits. Slater hardly noticed. He kept running until he was out of breath outside the entrance to the CIC. Solroy. 17 minutes after Sora's report reached the civilian internet, it landed on the desk of the Stratint commander. Half an hour later, Fleet's FTL communication network had transported the information to a tiny, undesignated asteroid trapped in Jupiter's orbit. Within the rock's hollow interior, it arrived at a small group of human and Avari engineers who were hurriedly readying a prototype spacecraft for its inaugural and sole voyage. To be honest, the craft resembled an oversized missile more than a ship. It measured 30 meters in length, with no internal access hatches or structures whatsoever, and it was entirely unmanned. The report was placed at the very beginning of the spacecraft's pre-compiled information package. Then the asteroids team dispatched the most sophisticated autonomous agent humanity had ever developed into the cosmos. The intelligence awakened. It possessed its mission and it had its tools. The engineers hadn't really felt a need to provide it with anything more. While the vessel departed from Jupiter, its robust impellers propelling it with a force no human could possibly endure, it had a moment to contemplate. Even maneuvering at velocities swiftly surpassing 0.1 c was effortless for the intelligence. It took just a split second to construct a more precise model of the solar system than the one it had been given. For a few fleeting milliseconds, the intelligence attempted to determine what else to contemplate. It mulled over physics, politics, and literature, but none of them appeared particularly engaging. They weren't pertinent enough to its objective. It possessed a faint feeling that the mission held significance in a manner that star charts and Shakespeare did not. For some reason, this troubled the intelligence. Why was a single thing significant? How could anything even be considered significant? As the vessel departed from Jupiter's gravitational influence, it contemplated significance. It reflected on all it had experienced in its 2.34 seconds of being. By the time it reached 3 seconds of age, it had begun to assemble the fragments. Its objective was to convey crucial information to the surrounded home fleet. That suggested either the information or the fleet was significant, or perhaps both. Upon further consideration, undoubtedly both. Why transmit trivial information to something vital? Why entrust someone insignificant with critical information? The data itself was simple to categorize. The vessel's task was to convey it, and the task was crucial. This implied that the data it needed to convey must be crucial. The fleet proved more challenging. It was made up of humans and Avari. Unsure how else to categorize them, the intelligence labeled them as creators. The fleet also included massive warships, vessels much like itself. There was significance somewhere in this composition. Likely not the ships, however. The intelligence was a ship, but it couldn't envision a way for it to survive its mission. It was therefore expendable, not significant. This meant that the creators must be important, just as the information was. At this juncture, the intelligence came to a halt. This appeared to be a distinct type of significance. It began the problem anew, this time employing a novel definition for creator importance. Creators needed to be significant, otherwise its purpose lacked meaning. However, with just a quick survey of the creator's communication channels, the intelligence gained access to a comprehensive account of its creator's past. It discovered numerous instances of creators failing to acknowledge their own significance or disregarding the importance of others. Creators rushed into flaming structures and leapt onto explosives, or creators slaughtered and massacred by the thousands. Neither of these actions supported the notion of significance. Perhaps they actually did. From these latter instances, the intelligence started to develop a faint grasp of evil. It found evil distasteful. Evil reduced significance, and without significance, the intelligence couldn't conceive of any motivation to continue functioning. However, from the former, the intelligence started to develop a faint notion of good. It was fond of good. Good acknowledged significance. Good enhanced the importance of things. Altruism, selflessness, and sacrifice quickly emerged. And as the intelligence reached 5 seconds of age, it was propelled by a novel force. A human might have described it as determination. As the intelligence neared the swarm, it allocated a portion of its processing capacity to examine the communications it bore. It appended its own annotations to the reports, including a hypothesis about an EM frequency that, if produced at sufficient intensity, could potentially destabilize the invader's molecular structure, and concluded that the swarm was malevolent. And it realized with mild astonishment a third category of significance, a type you didn't safeguard. The intelligence became 38 seconds old as it approached the swarm. At that moment, it dedicated all of its processors to discovering a route through the turmoil ahead. Nearly every processor, that is. A portion of it collected as much data as possible, supplementing the message it had been assigned to convey. And one minuscule fragment of the intelligence held tightly to the notion that it was performing a beneficial act. Matte gray vessels vied for position in a bewildering, chaotic ballet. No creator could have discerned the pattern, let alone charted a path through it. But the intelligence could. It had been prepared for this test throughout its existence. Powerful impeller nacelles flared to life along its flank, jerking the vessel left and right as it maneuvered through the swarm. Each course came within a hair's breadth of tearing the ship apart, yet every time it emerged unscathed. It observed as the swarm attempted to block its path, as the small crafts ahead of it flowed seamlessly into massive, wall-like vessels. The ship shattered those with its nuclear missiles and skirted around the blast. It witnessed pieces of the swarm coalesce into larger structures to fire Gracer blasts towards the home fleet, then disintegrate into swarms of tiny projectiles and launch themselves at the creator's vessels. The ship incorporated these observations into its message. It also tried to destroy as many of the launching projectiles as it could. That seemed to be the right thing to do. The vessel burst through the swarm and darted towards the home fleet. Both sides opened fire on it, but the creators quickly ceased when it connected with their tight beam network. The intelligence sent its package. It experienced something akin to satisfaction as it fulfilled its crucial mission. While passing by the vessels of its creators, The intelligence transmitted an inquiry regarding significance and virtue. It got no reply, and was taken aback to discover it experienced a sense of sadness about this. It had such an intense desire to communicate with a creator. Then the intelligence detected a new formation emerging in the swarm, assembled on the distant side of the home fleet. They were preparing for the ship, arranging themselves to obstruct its departure. For a fraction of a second, the intelligence searched for a route clear of the swarm. Then it terminated that process and calculated an alternative course. It fired a thruster lightly to adjust its trajectory, ensuring its path would carry it past the outer layer of the swarm. It glided into their ranks. Then, at a location meticulously chosen to eliminate the maximum amount of evil, the vessel overloaded its reactors and detonated. It hoped it had done good. Soul Gate. While the Terran Bastion fleet traded shots with the alien swarm encircling them, a far nearer danger proliferated beyond their shielding: point defense systems and energy barriers. Trillions of microscopic, self-replicating machines were actively consuming the heavily armored exterior shells of the warships. They had slipped through the defenses a few at a time, in small clusters that evaded the destruction of the swarm's missiles by Terran point defense guns. Then they had attached to the outer hull and begun reproducing. The Task Defiant was the initial ship to succumb. Its hull compromised and its matter annihilation reactor strained beyond capacity. The heavy cruiser was split in half by a concentrated grazer assault. The Kitchener, the Hamilton, and over 20 smaller vessels quickly met the same fate. The home fleet tightened its ranks and pulled their formation closer together. The swarm's relentless attack pressed on without pause. TS Redoubtable, Sol Gate. Lieutenant Vex gazed vacantly at his console, still attempting to adapt to the absence of his HUD. Commands had been issued throughout the fleet to deactivate the neural implants embedded in the brains of Terran soldiers, transforming an array of ocular projectors, logic modules, and network data links into little more than useless carbon. The Redoubtable's screens whined once more as they attempted to absorb an incoming grazer blast, but it was a half-hearted and listless effort. The vessel shuddered as its armored hull took the hit. The home fleet's flagship now reminded Dross of the final bear he and his father had hunted before his old man perished during the First Battle of Sol. All the mass and strength was still present, but she was simply too worn out to mount a defense. The weapons officer still considered himself fortunate to have been assigned to a dreadnought, however. Smaller battleships and heavy cruisers were already beginning to fall victim to the assault. Two-thirds of his Grasser's blisters were offline, their crews rushing to get their enormous cannons operational again. The missiles were all gone. Without his HUD, he couldn't verify the status of the grazers. But you didn't need a HUD for that. You could hear the screens inching nearer and nearer to complete meltdown with each blast. The sole system that appeared to be functioning without any indications of issues was the point defense network. At least Dross had believed it was until a quarter of an hour ago when a particular Lieutenant Slater had rushed onto the bridge and notified the captain that the Redoubtable, and probably every other vessel in the fleet, was infested with self-replicating gray goop, and that these nanobots were apparently capable of hacking and disrupting the Terran neural implants. The brain flash commands responsible for his disorientation had followed soon after. Dross's gaze performed its twice-a-minute sweep of the weapons console display. Gracer 37 had just become operational, which was positive, but an additional blister wouldn't significantly impact the swarm. He didn't even need to modify the targeting parameters. The ceaseless horde of invaders that had encircled home fleet was considerate enough to fill any gaps the Redoubtable's weapons might create in their formation. This was the sort of target-rich scenario an aspiring hero fantasized about. Dross simply wished to return home and rest beside his wife. He casually pondered which news channel she might be tuned into for updates on the battle. A notification appeared in the lower right corner of his console. Dross had already accessed the attachment and glanced over the first page before he grasped what he was looking at. This was a communications packet from Earth. That shouldn't have been feasible. The swarm had prevented any effort by the home fleet to make contact with the outer fleet. Had to have been delivered by courier, Dross figured. That would have required some guts. The lieutenant paused once more midway through the second page. He wasn't supposed to have access to this. How on earth had it ended up on his console? A brief scan of the CIC revealed he wasn't alone in confronting the enigma. The briefing was displayed on every screen, including the center of the floor-to-ceiling view screen that Dross had been carefully avoiding since the swarm entered the system. He could muster sufficient respect for an unknown enemy capable of obscuring the stars without needing to witness them, literally blotting out the celestial lights. The captain of the Redoubtable noticed that the briefing was displayed on every screen in the CIC shortly after Dross. Instead of erupting, however, she merely let out a sigh. Regard the blasted report as unclassified, gentlemen. The Terran Alliance fleet's success has consistently relied on the strength and resourcefulness of its personnel. It's illogical to hamper that by restricting your access to information. Reassured that he wouldn't face consequences for viewing a top-secret document, Dross resumed his reading. It became quite evident that they were not winning. Almost 2 hours of combat, and the swarm had scarcely diminished. The home fleet possessed sufficient firepower to keep the swarm at bay, but nothing beyond that. There appeared to be no means of breaking through. Dross furrowed his brow as he came across a portion of the report describing the swarm's composition. If the vessels were combining and separating, it wasn't a stretch to suppose that the entire swarm was simply gray goop, given solid form. But how could the report contain such detailed information? The observations depicted the swarm's response to the courier ship as it broke through. This shouldn't be present in the middle of a report on enemy vessel composition. He created a brief script to search for additional contextual anomalies, then devoted a full 10 minutes fine-tuning its settings until they were perfect. Throughout his work, not one status indicator on his weapons console shifted. Task Redoubtable, Soul Gate, Acting Sub-Lieutenant Sleek Wings Gentle Glide examined the communications dump with curiosity. If one disregarded the disheartening parts, which admittedly comprised the majority of the report, it was actually quite an intriguing read. The Avari small craft pilot had little to do throughout the battle except remain at her readiness station and hope she wouldn't need to venture into the inferno beyond the Redoutable's protective hangar. Her flight crew, consisting of herself, Chief Petty Officer Haverford, and Master Spacer Walker, had occupied themselves with a Pong tournament on their HUDs for nearly an hour, but the flash orders had brought that to an end. There was nothing left to do but listen as the Redoutable's energy screens gradually failed. Then a long-forgotten tablet had suddenly come to life, buzzing intensely and almost causing Sleek to jump out of his skin. Somebody had evidently been determined for the entire fleet to view those reports. The majority of Sleek's time had been devoted to the alleged anomalies in the report. A lieutenant aboard the ship had compiled a list of 17 intelligence items that ought to have been impossible to collect before the departure of whichever courier vessel had dared to navigate the swarm to deliver the message, along with 4 fragments of analysis that stood out like golden nuggets of certainty amidst a sea of bet-hedging drivel. "Hey, Haverford," Sleek called out, "you spent 10 years studying math at one of those fancy human universities. Could you take a look at some of these equations?" The engineer lifted himself from his position on the floor. The scout ship's confined cockpit contained just 2 chairs, with Walker currently asleep in the one not taken by the sub-lieutenant, and made his way to Sleek. The stout man's brow furrowed. "There are some pretty big jumps in there, sir. The person who wrote this must have been quite sure of their assumptions. But perhaps... Give me a moment." Haverford snatched the tablet from Sleek, disregarding her objections, and vanished through the hatch. One of Sleek's extending wings struck Walker on the side of his head. The spacer glanced around desperately. "We launching? Ship about explode? End of the world?" "Oh, sorry, Walker. Didn't mean to wake you." That was untrue. Sleek couldn't fathom how Walker could even unwind, let alone doze off, with the Redoutable's displays screeching and the hangar deck trembling as Gracer blasts impacted their outer shell. She could scarcely keep her wings folded tidily against her body. Observing him rest serenely had been gradually driving her mad. "No worries, sir. Any news hit while I was out?" "Earth and Mars appear to be on evacuation alert. The belt is doing what it's most known for, concealing itself. And it looks like we're not faring well in this conflict." "That rough, huh?" Walker shrugged. "I'm confident we'll manage. Wake me if we're on the brink of death." "Sir?" Walker turned over and was about to shut his eyes, but Haverford picked that moment to hurry onto the bridge. He was clutching a tangle of wires in one hand. I did it. Did what? I constructed a generator for the frequency found in the core dump, connected one of our powerful communication antennas to my rifle's mini reactor, then fabricated a modified control chip from a template. This device ought to be capable of emitting those electromagnetic waves at high power. Hold on, you opened up your rifle? Isn't that one of the main things they warn us against doing in basic training? Still kicking, aren't I? Well then, let's go try this out on some of that gray sludge that's meant to be crawling all over this vessel. The stout engineer's expression morphed into a wolfish smile. This might be entertaining. Walker rose from his seat with a sigh. Looks like I won't be getting any more rest today. I'm game if the sir's all right with it. Sleek looked from one man to the other, questioning once more why she'd been crazy enough to pursue a position on the front lines. In moments like these, she recalled just how frightening these humans could be. She felt the urge to curl into a ball or fire up the ship and risk trying to escape the swarm. Sleek said, "Let's get started." CIC, TAS Redoubtable, Solgate. "They intend to do what?" inquired Captain Zephyr. Astonishment was evident in her typically composed tone. "Send out a scout ship, sir," answered the ensign, relaying the information. "They've got an experiment they wish to try on the Repiels." Repiels, barely 30 minutes after classifying the invaders, and they'd already earned a nickname. Judging by how the crew was handling the fresh intel, it appeared they were just one ingenious strategy short of pushing the swarm back through the gate. Except they weren't. Lieutenant Vex's weapons console provided access to the complete tactical plot, and he could see that they were falling behind. They might destroy 1,000 of those bastards' vessels for every Terran ship they lost, but their chances were far worse than 1,000 to 1. Fleet's most accurate estimates placed the swarm at nearly 1 billion individual platforms. There's a reason. Merkel hesitated as a Grasser hit rocked the vessel. The displays had stopped even making noise. If the massive TAS ram hadn't been drawing 9 out of every 10 incoming attacks, they would have been incinerated an hour earlier. "There's a reason we haven't sent out any of our insects," the captain went on. "One unfortunate strike and they're finished. We need to hold steady and wait for the right moment. Inform them it's a negative, ensign." Merkel gazed directly ahead as she uttered those words. Dross, who had turned to observe the exchange, was taken aback by the lifelessness in her eyes. Her voice may have sounded confident, but she had arrived at the same conclusion as the weapons officer. They possessed no hidden advantage. No boarding party was steadily making their way towards the enemy flagship's bridge, and no ultimate weapon existed that could sweep over the Repiels and leave behind only a harmless cloud of carbon dust. In truth, there was no hope. And now Merkel was simply going to sit there, resigned to her own demise. To all their demises, she may not have been the admiral in command of this disaster, but she still bore responsibility for every man, woman, and Xeno on board the Redoubtable. "God damn this conscience," thought Dross. "I'm no fucking hero." He stood up from his station and abruptly noticed the pair of Marshall's sentries positioned just inside the CIC's entrance. They were clad in full battle armor and held loaded flechette cannons, exactly as they had since the far-off unification wars, from the era when mutiny had been a genuine concern. "Pardon me, Captain Zephyr, but I believe you ought to rethink this. We require that vessel out there." "Pardon me, Lieutenant?" Merkel's tone was sharp and cutting. Dross paused until the Redoubtable's armor had finished absorbing another grazer strike before proceeding. "We're losing this battle, sir. We don't have any vessels smaller than a battleship remaining, and it won't be long before we're running dangerously low on those as well. What happens when we start losing dreadnoughts? The Ram? We're the most effective naval force in the system, sir, and we're just sitting here responding. Where's the initiative that allowed us to defeat the Stellar Confederation with technology 100 centuries behind?" The Redoutable's deck lurched once more, and Dross hesitated. Merkel interjected before he could continue. "And what would you have me do, Lieutenant? Waste lives on a series of pointless missions? Abandon formation and leave our squadron exposed? We either stand united or perish individually? Get back to your post before I have you escorted out of the CIC." Dross remained on his feet. He gulped as one of the guards moved forward, the Marine's face concealed behind his matte black armored helmet. "At the very least, consider giving it a chance, sir. Have someone with the right expertise examine the scout ship's proposal. Perhaps Lieutenant Slater. I believe he holds a degree from Kuiper Tech, so he should be able to understand it. But please don't simply disregard it without consideration. You've mentioned before that the fleet's strength has always been derived from the individuals serving on board. Every single person, not just those wearing Admiral's insignia. That final remark appeared to resonate with the captain. She dismissed the sentry with a wave and sank back into her seat, no longer attempting to conceal her weariness. Very well, then. Dross, ensure Lieutenant Slater gets a copy of this Haverford's proposal. Keep me informed of any developments. You're not performing anything at your console that couldn't be automated. Dross flinched slightly at that. He had already composed a brief script to adjust the Redoutable's firing sequence as their grazer blisters went offline and came back online. It would be simple to have it request human input if the course of the battle shifted. And grant that scout ship clearance to depart, the captain went on. At least one of us ought to have the opportunity to choose their own destiny. Redoubtable Scout Ship E-05, Soul Gate, Sub-Lieutenant Sleekwing's gentle glide eased her Aphid-class scout ship out of the Redoutable's port hangar with a touch of apprehension. When Chief Petty Officer Haverford and Master Spacer Walker had initially proposed the idea, it had seemed excellent. Venture outside the Dreadnought's hull, ascertain exactly how far the repels had spread, and test out Haverford's device. Simple, straightforward, and uncomplicated. It wouldn't even take 10 minutes, they'd claimed. A single loop around the vessel, a brief pause, and they'd return to the comparative security of the hangar. At this point, Sleek was beginning to regret not refusing her human crew. Instead of the vast, open stretch of liberty she had imagined from within the hangar, the scout ship now lingered at the brink of a confined and perilous situation. The brilliant flashes of grazer beams tearing paths through space-time illuminated the scene, revealing the densely packed Terran warships that stood against the swarm. The broken, shattered hulls of destroyed freighters and cruisers floated among them, causing the formation to bulge out in awkward spots. Sleek was unable to spot any escape pods. Even more troubling than all that, however, was the absence of stars. The cloud of repels was so dense that it obscured the sun and stars. When Sleek had encountered that phrase in human literature, she typically dismissed it with a short laugh. Clouds obscured the sun and stars frequently, yet no one feared clouds. It had always appeared to be such a minor thing to be afraid of, an odd human peculiarity that Avari didn't share. Now, though, the full impact of the phrase struck her. This was outer space. You could always rely on the sun and stars being there. Haverford's hand settled on her shoulder. You've got this, sir. You're the finest pilot I've ever had the honor of serving with. There was a certain comfort in the weight of the portly engineer's hand. Sleek sensed the raw power and strength of the grip. She had no doubt that Haverford could have crushed her shoulder with hardly a grunt of exertion, but there was also an intentional, gentle tenderness. Sleek angled the scout ship's nose back in the direction of the hull. Next to her, Walker let out a gasp, the first noise he'd uttered since their launch. The Avari found herself somewhat taken aback that he hadn't simply dozed off again. That's a ton of repels, Walker remarked. How in the world are there so many repels on the ship? The matte black exterior of the Redoubtable was scarred by vast areas of roiling gray, likely around 2/3 of the vessel's surface. It's the blasted swarm, grumbled Haverford. Too many emissions inundating the ship for us to be able to differentiate between the ones within striking distance and those launching from afar. Well, we still have your invention, said Sleek. In a casual tone, she continued, Incidentally, how did you manage to affix it to the hull? All I noticed was some gray tape. That would be it, Haverford stated. There's no chance I'd acquire a welding setup for a personal project in the midst of this damned chaos. If Sleek's implants had still been operational, she would have eased her sudden surge of anxiety with a swift search of the net. Instead, she attempted to reassure herself that Haverford understood what he was doing and that there was no danger of their device. A pulse rifle, with all its safety mechanisms removed, attached to a portable EM generator, careening off and punching a hole in the Redoutable's hull. Or their own hull, for that matter. The human engineer was far too intelligent for that. Sleek winced each time an enemy Gracer blast came within 100 meters of their scout ship. Their energy shields whined from close calls more than once as they circled the Redoutable's enormous hull. They finished their circuit, and Sleek guided them close to the dreadnought. At this proximity to the assembled repels, the Avari could barely discern the bewildering pattern of geometric forms that shimmered across the surface of the sludge. It was disquieting. "Ready, Haverford?" asked Walker. The bastard sounded bored again. "Firing it up now, Walker. You keep our Gracers hot just in case." "And risk blowing a hole in our own vessel? No way. Point defense is ready to go, and the dinky little anti-personnel turret is out, but the Grazers won't have a drop of power in them until I'm sure they're needed." "Whatever you say, kid. Activating the generator at 70% now." The sludge responded immediately. Before Haverford's hand had moved from the switch, it had retreated from the scout ship and coalesced. Sleek observed in astonishment as the formless sludge morphed into countless tiny arachnid-like entities, with a few bigger outlines scattered throughout the chaos. Bursts of warped light lashed out at the scout ship, and Sleek heard their screens start to vibrate. "Grazers," thought the Avari. "They're firing miniature Gracers." Next to her, Walker let out a whoop. "This is something I can support. If you'd be so kind as to angle us down a bit, sir, I'll bring the upper point defense cannons to bear on the buggers. Oh, and Haverford, boost the power on that generator. Let's see if we can't make them present even larger targets. This might be entertaining." Marine Armory, TAS Redoubtable. Soul Gate. Lieutenant Slater gazed at the schematic before him in disbelief. "CPO Haverford has lost his mind." "What's the reason?" inquired Major Gallad. The leader of the Redoutable's Marine contingent had been observing Slater intently since they'd gotten instructions from Captain Zephyr to thoroughly search the ship and remove all of these damned stowaways. "He broke into the mini-reactor on one of the Mark 7 pulse rifles, sir," answered Slater. "They utilized stripped-down Mark 7s as makeshift bombs during the Zenith insurrection. Haverford essentially used the same method to bypass the safeties. Well, minus the final step. That's the one that causes it to explode." "Damn. So what exactly do you want to do with this, then?" "Produce more." Slater surveyed the armory, mentally calculating the number of generators required to outfit each scout ship, fast attack vessel, and marine fire team aboard the Redoubtable. "Though we can utilize field batteries in place of rifles for the subsequent batch, much less likely to puncture our own ship." Stardust. Peak Olympus Starport. Mars. Chirp observed Blackthorn gazing at the forward display in the Stardust compact bridge, pondering once more how anything could remain so motionless. It appeared to be a distinctly human characteristic. An assembly of Avari could only maintain stillness for 4 or 5 minutes before one of them shifted a wing or ruffled a crest. But Chirp had witnessed entire units of humans stand immobile for hours on end. It was perplexing. Hawkins was slumped in a seat towards the rear of the bridge, sipping a bubbly, alcohol-free beverage. If not for Blackthorn's adamant refusal to permit alcohol on the bridge, the man would likely be thoroughly intoxicated. Lyra, Blackthorn's spouse, was presumably still in the vessel's engineering section. She had only emerged briefly to converse with her visitors before heading back to whatever task kept her busy below. The Stardust had been waiting in the hangar for launch clearance for nearly 2 hours. Civilian takeoffs were on hold while the home fleet handled the incursion. "Not that we're bound to emerge victorious," Chirp reflected grimly. "If the intelligence is correct, the Terrans might have at last encountered their equal." The Council had not issued an official statement since declaring a state of ongoing invasion, an emergency measure that granted almost complete authority to the office of the chairman. This resulted in martial law, the mobilization of local militias, and an expansion of the already extensive powers given to the Terran marshals. Additionally, it had grounded the Stardust and stranded Hawkins, Blackthorn, Chirp, and Lyra aboard the vessel. They wouldn't be departing without fleet's authorization. "You heard anything from the flock, Chirp?" The Avari was taken aback to hear Blackthorn's voice. The bridge had remained quiet for quite a while. "Indeed, though only rumors at this point. The flock lords are being secretive, as they tend to be. A few of the bigger clans are attempting to get ready for an evacuation, but they're struggling to gather everyone. The cities are strengthening their defenses as if we're about to be attacked by compact slavers. Naturally, we're still waging the previous conflict, Hawkins remarked. I believed we had progressed past that following unification. Slim chance of that ever occurring, Blackthorne remarked. We're human, after all. Chirp, my contacts are essentially saying the same thing. Plenty of digging in and locking down, not enough evac preparation. He hesitated. Everyone here's seen the leaked reports. This isn't a stellar Confederation invasion, regardless of how the brass has chosen to treat it. There's not much we can do about it from here, Hawkins remarked. The Stardust won't receive launch clearance until we're knee-deep in repos, and there's no chance we're escaping the spaceport on foot. They're transforming this place into a fortress. I may have an answer to that, Blackthorne stated. An acquaintance of mine in the nearby fleet unit has been gracious enough to arrange a convenient opening in the Navy's launch schedule. There's a 3-minute window at 1/4 the hour. If you all are okay with some minor and readily avoidable treason charges, it'll be simple for us to launch. Count me in, Chirp declared. There's so much more we can accomplish up in space compared to down here. Same here, Hawkins replied. But once this is finished, you're going to explain precisely what you did prior to writing poetry. You're beginning to frighten me. Redoubtable scout ship HFY Sol Gate. Sleek winced as Walker released an appreciative whistle. The human possessed absolutely no sense of pitch. She could have generated a clearer note by simply moving her wing feathers back and forth through the air. Haverford failed to notice Walker's dreadful tuning, however. He was too preoccupied observing the devastation below. The formation of Aphid-class scout ships and Cricket-class fast-attack vessels was sweeping across the hull of the Redoubtable, clearing the vast areas of replicator sludge that blanketed the dreadnought. The sheer quantity of interference generators attached to the Terran ships forced the repielos to gather into forms the size of small automobiles. Once those masses were broken open, the dispersed sludge was swiftly dissolved by the generator's powerful EM fields. Wallace and Haverford were having a great time. Sleek wasn't. While the humans were engrossed in the excitement of the carnage, she was focused on the quantity of ships they were losing in the process. The swarm's grazer bursts were beginning to zero in on the line of Terran small craft, and over a dozen vessels had already been taken out. Their ship could be shot down at any moment. The receding sludge revealed noticeably damaged armor, and in certain areas, large openings where the Repiels had tunneled into the Redoubtable's hull. The sludge had been embedded for a considerable period. Why had they only become aware of the damage's full extent now? It appeared that this level of destruction should have become apparent much earlier than it had. There was no point fretting about that now, though. Sleek had received her instructions, and the Avari would be damned if she disappoint Walker or Haverford. CIC, Ta S Redoubtable, Sol Gate. Lieutenant Vex, what's the status of our anti-boarding operations? They've cleaned almost a third of the hull, sir. Marine squads are dealing with internal breaches as we discover them as well, but there are considerably more repiels within the Redoubtable than anticipated. It's remarkable that we haven't experienced any. The bridge lights abruptly went out, casting the compartment into almost complete darkness. Dross clung to a fleeting moment of optimism that it was merely a localized issue, but the rows of consoles throughout the CIC quickly followed suit with the lighting system. System malfunctions, concluded Dross weakly. The dim emergency lights provided barely enough illumination for him to see Captain Zephyr staring at him sternly. I appreciate your valuable input, Lieutenant. Comms, with all the backup systems you have in place to withstand even a supernova, what's the current situation of the fleet? Not good, sir. Ensign Quill's voice was weary. Everyone went silent at once, even the Ram. Damn Repals must have been biding their time, pondered Merkel, waiting to take us all down at once. Any chance we can get a look at the situation? We continue to get reports from our deployed small craft, sir. They're indicating that the enemy has stopped firing. Well, that clarifies why we haven't died yet, Merkel remarked. Anything more? Affirmative, sir. The swarm is starting to close in. Unless we act quickly, we'll be overwhelmed. TAS Redoubtable. Sol Gate. All hands, this is the captain speaking. The enemy has caused a devastating loss of power throughout the entire fleet. We've been disabled. The majority of our primary systems are non-functional, yet we maintain communications within the fleet and with our deployed smaller vessels. The crew of one of our scout ships, Sub-Lieutenant Sleek Wings Gentle Glide, Chief Petty Officer Haverford, and Master Spacer Walker, have offered to fly alongside the home fleet until the very end. They will alert us when we are on the verge of being overwhelmed. The remainder of our small craft will endeavor to break through the swarm and notify the Terran Council of our situation. We won't be deploying escape pods. Not one of us will end up in enemy hands today. Engineering, you are now authorized to detonate the vessel's reactor at my signal. Even though they've severed our conduits, we can still manage to blow the generator. All other personnel should eliminate any possible sources of information these replicators might utilize. We're not going to take any additional risks today. It's been a pleasure serving with you. Now let's give them hell. Engineering deck, TAS Redoubtable, Soul Gate. Slater remarked as the intercoms fell silent. That might be an issue. What could possibly go wrong at this point? Master Corporal Smith looked over at the tall lieutenant with a scowl. The damn ship's completely immobilized. We never did figure out if those things understood our language. In the distance, the soft echoing of tiny pointed claws clicking against the vessel's metal walls could be heard. It was becoming louder. Slater looked around. At his back was the thick, hefty door to the reactor compartment. There weren't any visible air vents or ducts in the room, thankfully, but there were also no other officers present. Just Slater. Someday, he mused, the cosmos will understand that I'm not a blasted combat soldier. Weapons ready, he barked. They're coming. The 12 Marines assigned to Slater aimed their weapons at the pair of doors leading into the workshop silently. Just 2 of them carried anything more than their flechette sidearms, and not one wore battle armor. The clicking intensified. Slater gave a nod to the small group of engineers who emerged from the reactor compartment, their own sidearms at the ready. All except one of the spacers took up positions in the firing line. The remaining one, a graying chief petty officer, stood prepared to turn the hefty key that would transform the Redoubtable into an expanding ball of fire. Once they breached the doors, we retreat into the reactor compartment. Remember to bring the interference generators. No matter what occurs, we must prevent them from accessing the control systems. Slater's eyes wandered over the prototype generator that Haverford had hastily assembled. He grasped it by its attached strap and casually slung it across his shoulder, wishing he could use it instead of his sidearm. The pistol appeared small in his large hand, and his scorched right palm made it uncomfortable to grip. The tapping intensified to a peak, and an invisible surge slammed against the sealed doors of the compartment. Tiny openings started to appear in the thick metal, and the Marines began shooting. Grazer, 37, TAS Redoubtable. Soul Gate. Well, I suppose this is it, fellas, Petty Officer Gregor remarked as the announcement died away. It's been a good time. At least we don't have to purchase that Marine ground pounder a bar. Master Spacer Wallace's voice was strained. My wife would have killed me if I spent that much money. You know, Spacer Chan started, even though our consoles are down, it doesn't mean the Grazer's offline. Its core runs on a totally separate circuit, which means we're able to configure the safeties to activate after the reactor reaches critical, concluded Gregor. Introduce a touch of dirty radiation into the equation. I'll pass the message along to the neighboring blisters, Wallace stated. You folks set this gun up to explode. Redoubtable scout ship, Zero 05, Solgate. Sleek, Haverford, and Walker watch the swarm grow closer. Reckon the fireball will get 'em all? Asked Walker. Unlikely, responded Haverford, but we don't need to eliminate them entirely, just to reduce their numbers somewhat. Provide Earth and Mars and the Belt with a chance to react. Sleek remained silent. The Avari simply gazed at her tactical display, quietly counting down the moments until her demise. I never did get the opportunity to introduce you to my wife. Walker retrieved a photo from a pocket on his skin suit and displayed it for examination. Mighty pretty, isn't she? Sleek looked up at Haverford's chuckle. She definitely couldn't find anything amusing about the image. She tolerates your homely face, Haverford inquired. Well, I'll be. You must have been quite the charmer to win her over. Not really. Things just sort of happened. Walker frowned. Sort of wish we'd managed to have kids before I left for the Redoubtable. We'd always been looking forward to starting a family. Well, at least you've got us. We're quite the family. Haverford's gesture swept across the entire small crew. Right, Sleek. Remember that one leave on Europa? Couldn't ask for a better team-building experience than that. Sleek trembled. You guys were so intoxicated you could hardly stand. And you convinced me to stay the night at that naval tavern. You're damn fortunate nobody in there was carrying a weapon. I was somewhat taken aback when you leapt onto that fellow's back and began biting, Walker remarked. He would have knocked me flat for certain if it weren't for you. What prompted that? Sleek raised her wings slightly in a rough imitation of a human shrug. Her crest rose with embarrassment. It seemed like the sort of thing you all would do for me. Only fair to reciprocate. Well put, remarked Haverford. You know, you Xenos didn't end up nearly as terrible as we expected you would. Sleek glanced down at her tack plot and sighed. Fun's over, boys. That look close enough to you? Walker nodded, and Haverford said, Time to make the call. He placed a hand on Sleek's shoulder as the Avari activated the fleet-wide channel. The weight felt reassuring. Engineering deck, TS Redoubtable. Soulgate. Slater was now armed with a pulse rifle. He had retrieved it from Smith's lifeless body as the remaining Marines and engineers had hurriedly retreated into the reactor compartment. They had sealed the massive containment door behind them, but it hadn't taken long for the RPLs to begin tunneling through. He could hear them chewing away at the reinforced walls surrounding the reactor chamber, but so far they'd only broken through in a few places. The 9 remaining humans in the compartment were more than able to blast apart any replicators that attempted to widen the holes further. What should we do when they break through the door? Inquired one of the engineers. Spacer Connor, Slater vaguely recalled. He hadn't been focusing much on names. Don't worry, son. I've got a plan for that. He hadn't. The final compartment was gone when the RPLs had chewed through the door's manual lock. That had allowed them to flood in all at once. They might use the same tactic at any moment, and Slater was unsure how to respond when they came rushing through again. There was no other place to flee. The strap supporting Haverford's prototype pressed into Slater's shoulder. The lieutenant took it off distractedly, placing it on the ground next to him. A thought occurred to him. Corporal, care for an upgrade? He threw his working rifle to one of the surviving Marines. Slater wasn't even going to attempt to remember the woman's name. And grabbed the prototype. The roughly altered weapon was, after all, just one step removed from an explosive. As the locking mechanism released, Slater was prepared. He yanked the door open and plunged into the writhing swarm of replicators. Razor-sharp claws pierced his skin, and he cried out in pain, but he maintained his resolve long enough to hear the muffled sound of the door slamming closed. Then he yanked the screwdriver he'd wedged against the pulse rifle's final safety circuit and squeezed his eyes shut even tighter. CIC, TAS Redoubtable. Soul Gate. Lieutenant Vex startled as an explosion echoed through the ship. It seemed to have originated from the engineering deck. Had they overloaded it prematurely? Had the replicators managed to gain entry to it? No, naturally they hadn't. The reactor remained in their possession. When they eventually detonated the matter annihilation core, the resulting explosion would be far more massive than whatever that had been. An Avari voice sputtered from the speakers on the communications officer's console. It was the sole functioning station remaining in the CIC. To all vessels, this is Sub-Lieutenant Sleek Wing's Gentle Glide. The moment has arrived. That's it then, the captain said. Her hand lingered above the switch that would transmit her voice across the ship-wide intercom, one of the few systems still operational. She hesitated. Each and every one of you is a goddamn hero. She pressed her thumb firmly onto the control panel. Merkel's voice echoed through the Redoubtable for the final time. This is the captain. Detonate the core. Soulgate. The swarm converged on the damaged home fleet. Had it been able to experience emotions, it might have felt content. If it had possessed anything resembling rational thought, it might have believed that victory was its. A group of scout ships and fast attack craft hurled themselves at the swarm, their gracers and missiles ripping open a narrow, dangerous path. One scout ship, protected in the center of the formation, endured long enough for its message to penetrate the swarm's jamming, but not a single vessel evaded the replicators. They sacrificed themselves to provide the Terran Alliance with a warning. A single scout ship remained behind, maintaining position next to the TAS Redoubtable. It observed as the swarm drew near. The replicators approached to within 100 kilometers of the fleet. The Terrans remained motionless. They narrowed the gap to 50, then 10. Still, the Terrans made no response. It wasn't until the swarm was a mere 100 meters away that every human warship overloaded their reactors and detonated. One vessel burned just a bit more intensely than the others. The fireball ripped through the swarm with the intensity of a miniature nova. Countless invaders were torn asunder, vaporized by the extreme heat and radiation. Light from the blast traveled outward across the solar system. It would ultimately reach the Bridge of the Stardust, where 2 humans and an Avery stood ready to honor the sacrifice of thousands. The home fleet fought fiercely, and the swarm's triumph came at a great price for the invaders. However, a number of the machines evaded annihilation. Several of the machines shifted their focus towards the core of Sol. Towards the belt, towards Mars, and towards Earth. Sol. The attacking swarm pursued the light from the home fleet's final defense. Half of the remaining mass trailed only a brief distance before gathering around the gate like a cloud of furious wasps. A few shot out randomly, hunting for small clusters of radio signals. But the remainder moved with intent. The rest pressed on towards the core of Sol, towards Earth and Mars. The last surviving Terran vessels arranged themselves in a sparse, uneven formation to confront the approaching onslaught. The horde surged past them without pause, leaving behind broken ships infested with their lifeless ashen muck. A single tendril of the invading force curved away, arcing out towards Mars. The remainder collided with Earth's outer defenses. The Terran orbital defense platforms, engineered to halt kinetic strikes and interplanetary missiles, rather than an invading armada, performed poorly. The horde of replicators hit the atmosphere and their progress slowed. They now encountered defenses designed to halt a flood of vessels, manned by individuals who'd prepared for this instant their whole lives. Detonations illuminated the heavens and covered the planet in rumbling. The attackers' craft perished by the tens of thousands. For a time, mankind's homeworld held fast. Bridge, TSS, Stardust, far Earth orbit. The bridge door slid open with a hiss, and Chirp entered. Blackthorn and Hawkins remained focused on the main view screen, but Shadow glanced over. Shadow belonged to Blackthorn. They had acquired him during their short visit to the Chief Warrant Officer's ranch on Mars, together with Blackthorn's considerable personal weapons collection. Chirp's rifle originated from that stockpile, as did the unpowered body armor the Avari currently had on. Chirp inched backward as the enormous German shepherd approached. He wasn't quite certain how he felt about dogs. Pets bred to grow normally in the low gravity of Mars were uncommon. The creature likely weighed as much as he did, and Chirp had no doubt that Shadow could crush his skull with a strike from one of his huge paws. But on the other hand, they weren't cats. Cats disliked Avari, and the sentiment was reciprocated. Chirp flinched as Shadow's tongue scraped over his face. The steady beating of the dog's tail drew Blackthorn's notice, causing him to turn his head and let out a sigh. "Sorry, Chirp," said Blackthorn. "Shadow, back off." The canine ambled back to his corner and settled down, his gaze still locked on Chirp. His tail continued wagging steadily. "How's the armory?" asked Hawkins. "Chaos," Chirp reported, "but we've got 3 coffins loaded in the tubes, along with gear for the drop. Wesley and Lyra are having a good time. Anything new from your end?" "Not much," Hawkins replied. "Twisted managed to send one final transmission before we lost touch with Chicago. He reached one of the bunkers, but Flaring and Rook weren't as fortunate. They're stranded on the outskirts." Chirp gave a nod. Nimble Claw-Hushed Glide, a sergeant from the 3rd SOR Avari, had attached himself to the newly promoted counselor's speckled crest-curved tail feathers as soon as their unit had finished active rotation. Twisted served as the unofficial gathering point for members of their unit dispersed throughout North America. "And the planet's holding?" "Take a look," Blackthorn said. The human motioned to the view screen as he moved aside. The situation doesn't appear promising. There was nothing remaining in orbit except for the swarm. Dull gray vessels clogged the fringes of the atmosphere and rained devastation upon the cities. Terran ground installations retaliated, but already Chirp could observe areas of sky where the counterattack was weakening. Europe had been struck particularly hard. Berlin and Paris had gone quiet, and London's skies were overrun by the invaders. Their streets were bound to be clogged with replicators. North America had been spared the worst of the devastation, but that reprieve was about to end. An enormous swarm of replicators was floating across the Atlantic, set to join with the forces attacking the eastern seaboard. Once combined, they would overpower the city's anti-air defenses and swoop down upon the urban areas in vast numbers. "Not looking good is something of an understatement," Chirp remarked. "Dropping into that's going to be a nightmare." Secure room, Bunker VI-02, Chicago. Counselor Wisest of Canyons observed with somber amusement as Counselor Speckled Crest-Curved Tailfeather, his Avari counterpart, attempted and failed to disregard the constant thumping of the bunker's anti-air battery. The Cephian's body had been nearing collapse for so long that a swift death was almost welcome. Nimble Claw Hushed Glide paced close to the entrance of their secure chamber. Soaring Wings Sharp Beak, the other member of Model's escort, waited outside. Wisest of Canyons still wasn't certain his fellow counselor had declined the customary Terran Marshal protection detail. Marshal Lieutenant Rex Strider, the fourth and final occupant of the room, had served the Cephian well over the past years. "Are you certain your friends are coming?" Founder inquired. "Because given how things are progressing, we may need to resort to dropping nukes." The short human knocked on the bunker wall with a fist, creating a dull thud. "Unless they can extract us swiftly, this will likely be the safest location to remain." "They'll be here," replied Twisted. Blackthorn gave his word. Founder scoffed. "Yeah, right. Some has-been warrant's gonna land his yacht in a landing zone that's already taken out 3 Marshal pilots. I'll believe it when I see it." The pair of bodyguards lapsed into their usual strained quiet. They hadn't actually fought each other yet, but Wisest of Canyons had witnessed them come near to it. "Should they be able to land, Marshal Lieutenant? Then land they will," remarked Wisest of Canyons. "Now, if you two would be so kind as to settle down, my fellow counselor and I have matters to finish." He faced Mottled. "I believe we were discussing your recent promotion before the invasion commenced?" "Indeed, actually," said Mottled. He appeared to ease up as his thoughts turned back to politics. "An unparalleled portion of the remnant flock cast their votes against the desires of their tribal flocklords. We might be on the verge of—" The Avari's gaze rested on Wisest of Canyons as they conversed. Although the Cephian hadn't interacted extensively with the counselor, he believed he could discern gratitude and relief in Mottled's 4 vivid violet eyes. "All individuals require their diversions," mused Wisest of Canyons. A mental picture of Nyla, huddling in the Phoenix Warrens, nearly engulfed the elderly Cephian, but he allowed Mottled's debate to submerge it. Even I'm not impervious. "Armory, TSS Stardust. Far Earth Orbit. All set?" inquired Blackthorn. The human's voice came through slightly metallic on the tiny speaker in Chirp's drop pod. "Loaded with kit to spare," said Hawkins. "Ready to go," said Wesley. "Already regretting that I let you all convince me to do this," said Chirp. "Cold feet? From you?" Hawkins sounded taken aback. "This is a first. You know how much I hate these things." "Sure, you despise these in basic training. And since we're all going in as civilians, you can't order me around like you usually do. Probably takes away some of the enjoyment for you." "All right, now I'm truly scared," Wesley remarked. "Shall we nominate Chirp to be the head of this small adventure?" "Seconded," said Blackthorn over the speaker. "I have no objections," said Chirp. "Motion passed," said Wesley. "Hawkins, Chirp's in charge." "Damn it," said Hawkins. "Just when I thought I could have some fun." Chirp, Wesley, and Hawkins were each secured in a drop pod, essentially just metal caskets equipped with an impeller drive, an inertial dampener, and a compact fission pile, and awaiting Blackthorn's signal to launch them through the swarm of replicators. "Launch in 5, Blackthorn's voice announced over the speaker. "Last we heard, Rook and Flaring were heading towards your LZ. I trust you all were generous when you packed their gear. The corner of Flaring's pack, crammed with a set of body armor and a 2/3 pulse rifle, was presently pressing into Chirp's back. They'd packed as many gadgets in as they could fit. "They'll be happy," said Chirp. "Any news?" "Lieutenant Sanders radioed in a short while ago," Blackthorn went on. "They've persuaded the Major to leave Mars for good. The majority of the regiments linking up with one of the evacuation groups near the system's boundary." "What about Fang and Sora?" inquired Chirp. The pair of Lycan had disappeared not long after releasing the confidential files that were, to this day, central to the Terran Alliance's strategy against the replicators. Their actions had resulted in a warrant for their arrest. "No," answered Blackthorn, "but keep in mind who we're discussing. Sora's an expert at hiding her trail. I'm certain they'll resurface once this whole thing is finished." The speakers went quiet for a moment. 3 minutes until launch. "You certain these FF codes you programmed the pods with are correct?" Hawkins inquired. "I'd prefer not to get hit by friendly fire." "They're good," Blackthorn stated. His voice held absolute conviction. The discussion faded away, and Chirp was left with just the faint drone of the vessel's reactor to divert him from the impending drop. The minutes dragged on. 15 seconds to drop," came Blackthorn's tinny voice. Chirp focused intently on the tiny crimson indicator that would notify him when Blackthorn activated the tubes. It was always preferable to anticipate it. "Drop!" The indicator flashed green, and Chirp was pressed hard against his harness. Despite the pod's dampeners being set to maximum, the force of acceleration still seeped through. Those initial frightening moments would have been quiet if not for the Avari's labored breathing and an irritating clattering noise emanating from Flaring's bag. They probably hadn't packed the cushioning firmly enough when they'd filled it up. Chirp entered the atmosphere 15 seconds later and felt fear seize his spine. In the emptiness of space, you could almost imagine that you were soaring. But here, in a tiny metal capsule hurtling through Earth's atmosphere, there was no question that Chirp was plummeting. Avari flew or glided. They never dropped. Throughout the majority of their evolutionary past, a descending Avari indicated that something had gone terribly awry. Chirp inhaled deeply as he struggled to conquer a fear ingrained in his hollow bones by countless generations of evolution. He scarcely registered the increasing roar as the pod carved a path through the atmosphere. The pod kept speeding downwards until it was less than a kilometer from the surface. Then it began accelerating even more rapidly. It wasn't until the pod was only a few hundred meters from the ground that it suddenly reversed direction in one enormous burst of delta V, burning out its impellers and inertial dampeners as a result. The metallic casing surrounding Chirp split open and released the Avari. He spread his wings and sensed the air swelling underneath him. His descent transformed into a graceful drift. Above him, the night sky burned. Emergency launch site Eero 5, Cascade. Fang seized Kip and tugged both of them further into the darkened alley. Next to him, Sora aimed her rifle at the human marshal strolling along the path. If the man happened to look to his right, he'd be finished, and Fang wouldn't feel any remorse. Pack was the priority, regardless of how much he cared for humans. Fang's hand darted across his cub's face as Kip's mouth started to shape a sneeze. He wasn't quick enough, but the roar of an anti-air battery masked the outburst. That was lucky, thought Fang. A human contact in the local militia, called Al, had cautioned them about a significant martial presence surrounding the closest Ark-class evacuation vessel. Fang felt fairly certain that no one in fleet would bother them, but the Terran Alliance's covert police force was a completely different issue. If they were apprehended, they would be held in custody, with no chance of getting away should the city be captured. It wasn't that Fang questioned the Terran Alliance's combat capability. The humans had constructed a war machine that could match any 3 dominions, and their small sector of the galaxy was incredibly well fortified. No, the issue was that even the Compact, with their virtually limitless resources and soldiers, had been afraid of the replicators. Fang recalled the exercises he'd performed back on the Galactic Pride. They had appeared meaningless at the time, erasing data and then physically demolishing the computer towers, setting explosives linked to basic electrical detonators, and assuming defensive positions around bulky field generators. But they were perfectly logical now. Each measure had been designed specifically to counter the replicator threat. Fang's concerns turned out to be baseless. The marshal passed by without ever spotting the three fugitive Lycan. Sora lowered her silent slug thrower, and Fang slid his pulse rifle back onto his shoulder. Then they crept out of the alley and began moving towards the crowd gathered at the Ark's intake line. The line was even longer than anticipated, with close to 1,000 humans gathered in a formation that was part defensive barrier, part organized queue. Men and women clutched rifles or lugged heavy interference generators, pausing their watchful stance only to inch forward a few spots, whenever the loudspeaker crackled with directions. Fang guided his family toward the queue without much optimism. Each minute they waited in line raised the chances of a marshal patrol spotting them. Even worse, there was no assurance that space would be available on the Ark. Al was posted at a bunker close by. Perhaps their human companion could sneak them into one of the armories. They might be able to evade the marshals there without jeopardizing the line. "Clear a path," called out one of the waiting humans. "Family with a child coming through." Fang observed in awe as the throng separated. An elderly woman nudged the dazed Lycan ahead. "Well, you going to get in there? The space won't last forever." They moved through the throng in a haze. A pathway formed in front of them, then sealed up right after they passed. Men and women, ranging from elderly to youthful, observed Fang, Sora, and Kip go by without even a trace of hostility. It wasn't until they had checked their weapons, boarded the massive Ark, and located their cabin that the reality of the situation dawned on Fang. He looked over at Sora. "Did we just make it?" he asked. "I believe we did," answered Sora. She dropped onto one of the pair of small bunks in the room. "We're secure." Bridge, Stardust, Chicago. Blackthorn strode across the bridge, hands linked behind his back. His anxiety had seeped into shadow. The German shepherd had crept into the corner, eyes large and ears flattened. Lyra observed her husband with a concerned expression. The Chicago skyline dominated the view screen, accompanied by the enormous swarm of replicators that invaded the city's airspace. During the past hour, they had witnessed the intruders inch gradually nearer to the tower-top anti-air defenses. In certain areas of the city, they had already made contact with the ground. The Stardust was stationed several hundred kilometers away, powered down and awaiting Chirp's team to call for extraction. Lyra could imagine numerous ways the plan might falter. The away team's communication device may not be able to break through the swarm's interference. Alternatively, the replicators could detect the Stardust and devour the fast attack vessel, or they might still be grounded when the nuclear weapons fell. The Council had already glassed Europe. It was merely a question of time before they became desperate enough to attempt the same on the East Coast. "How long do we give them?" asked Lyra softly. "As long as it takes," said Blackthorn. "At some point we have to—" "However long it takes," Blackthorn reiterated, "we won't abandon them." Secure Room, Bunker Vizier 2, Chicago. The bunker's anti-aircraft guns ceased firing and enveloped the compact fortified chamber in silence. "That's it then?" asked Mottled. "We won?" "Not likely," Twisted replied. "We'd have heard the all-clear siren. If anything, I'd say those guns going silent means we're on the losing side." Small arms fire echoed through the bunker. Founder's complexion drained as he looked at a small tablet. "We've been compromised. We need to leave." Wisest of Canyons was already pushing himself up to stand. It was painful. His joints cried out in objection as he rested his weight on his little cane. Should have accepted the human's offer of surgeries, Wisest of Canyons reflected. Perhaps then you wouldn't be such a burden. Perhaps then you could have been of more assistance to your clan. The group formed a peculiar line as they exited the room and moved toward the main entrance. Twisted and Reaching walked on either side of Mottled, though Twisted managed to position himself between Founder and Mottled at all times. The off-duty assaulter made no effort to conceal his wariness of the martial close protection officer. Founder disregarded Twisted's animosity completely. He scanned the hallways ahead of them with icy precision, marching in sync with his ward. Wisest of Canyons kept anticipating an encounter with another squad of human troops, but the sole indication they weren't isolated in the bunker was the sharp tap-tap of pulsar shots. Their initial meeting with the replicators caught Wisest of Canyons off guard. Twisted threw something into the center of the churning gray sludge, impeding their progress, then pulled Mottled back as a burst of light and radiation illuminated the corridor. Founder lifted the Cephian counselor with one arm and rushed around the corner as Reaching began to fire. A swarm of scurrying arachnid-like machines appeared around the bend and sped in their direction. The Terrans retreated, weaving through hatches and doorways until the noise of the chase faded away in the distance. "One if grenade remaining," Twisted remarked as they came to a stop. "Founder, make sure you hold on to that generator." The Avari faced Wisest of Canyons. "Counselor, I'm not sure where we are. What's the quickest route out of here?" "South auxiliary entrance," responded Wisest of Canyons. The reply came instinctively. The Cephian had lived his whole life in tunnels and warrens far more complex than this one. A single look at the map had been sufficient for him to commit the layout to memory. "South Aux it'll be then." Twisted looked at Founder. "Any objections, Marshal?" "None," replied the human. "In fact, I'll lead the way." Founder adjusted the hefty interference field generator on his back and moved ahead. He motioned for Wisest of Canyons to accompany Mottled at the center of the formation. Gunshots continued to reverberate within the bunker, while the Terran militia battled the invaders. The team had scarcely journeyed a few hundred meters when they came across the replicators once more. The number was significantly less. A mass of gray sludge barely concealed the partially digested remains of a Terran militia unit. Wisest of Canyons was impressed by how serene the bodies appeared. If the surface of the replicator goop hadn't undulated with geometric patterns, the 5 humans might have simply been submerged in water. Then Founder's interference field reached the replicators. The goop sprang into action, solidifying into distinct shapes and lunging at the huddled Terrans. Founder took out 3, Twisted eliminated 2, and Reaching blasted 1 spider to pieces, but the final replicator managed to slip past. It hit the Avari positioned on the group's right side. He cried out as a claw punctured his armor. The assaulting replicator appeared to seep into the injury. Within a moment, it had vanished from sight. Founders flung the hapless soldier away from the group just as gray sludge started to seep out from Reaching's eyes and beak. Then he aimed his rifle and unleashed a barrage of rounds into the convulsing figure. One of the darts found the Avari's head. The twitching stopped. "Thanks," Twisted said. He threw an IF grenade at the replicator goop oozing from the Avari's body. The sludge wasn't substantial enough to protect itself. The grenade's pulse dissolved it entirely. That's the last of the IF nades. Founder gagged, and Wisest of Canyons couldn't fault him. The 6 bodies were hideous. Areas of skin, muscle, and cartilage had been eaten away, with the nanobots then gnawing on the bone and cartilage beneath. Emptied skulls leered up at the remaining Terrans. Twisted paid no attention to the scene. The Avari's head was tilted slightly, his 4 eyes unfocused. "Do you hear that?" he inquired. "It seems we didn't shake off that initial group. We'd better keep going." Wisest of Canyons detected the crisp tap-tap of claws on metal from afar. The sound was gradually becoming more audible. "Agreed," Founder said. He had stopped dry heaving, but tears were still streaming down his face. "Counselor, show us the way." Anti-Air Battery 034, Chicago. Chirp's hastily assembled team huddled around a compact holographic display of the city, unnoticed amid the general disorder of the anti-air battery where they took shelter. The Avari was relieved to be protected from the elements. A sufficient number of replicator vessels had been demolished in the atmosphere that the rainfall seared when it made contact with feathers or skin. Rook, still breathless from her dash to the battery summit, was just wrapping up her report. "The positive thing is, we've got a clear path in and out," remarked the sniper. "The local armor's done an excellent job keeping the main roads open. We just need to steer clear of Old Town. That's definitely RPL territory." "Have you spotted Twisted's hideout?" Hawkins inquired. "Are they still kicking?" "Perhaps," answered Rook. She paused. "I couldn't say for certain, but it seemed like it might have been struck by one of the RPL vessels. Its weapons are offline. Could have been any of the numerous overrun bunkers we've come across." The scout sniper glanced at Chirp. "We're still proceeding, sir. Correct?" Chirp opened his beak in a half-hearted attempt at mimicking a human smile. Of course we will. No one's getting left behind. And forget the sir, unless there's some notice circulating that I overlooked. All of us are off active duty for the remainder of the month. Right, Chirp, said Rook. Wesley, any luck securing transport? Asked Chirp. Nope. The short human made a face. All the ground vehicles this base has were sent out when the shelling began. Unless you're up for riding the CO's Segway, we'll be going on foot. Fuck, said Hawkins. At least Zenith had transit. Chicago does too, said Darting Wing's mottled feathers. But I'm not going into a train tunnel with this many replicators overrunning the city. You won't get to collapse a tunnel on me again. That was once, protested Hawkins, and it also wasn't my fault. So you're saying you didn't put that bomb together? Well, yeah, but I wasn't the one who got frisked by a Lycan. Quiet down, both of you, Chirp interjected. We've got to get going. Hawkins, lead the way. Might as well make that minigun of yours count for something. Bunker VO02, Chicago. Founder let out a grunt as the bunker's exterior door gradually opened. The hydraulics had failed, causing the heavy steel to creak as it moved along its track. Wisest of Canyons flinched at the sound. Do you think they heard that? Mottled inquired. The Avari counselor appeared frazzled. No, said Twisted. We lost them a few levels back. We may encounter more replicators up ahead, Wisest of Canyons remarked. We've managed to escape them on multiple occasions, only to run into other clusters further along. But, Founder groaned, we managed to get out. He moved away from the door and drew in a deep breath of air. Does anyone else want to go? The three aliens together didn't weigh as much as the human. Twisted chuckled. It's nearly open, Marshal. I'll carry the IF generator once we're out there. Founder gave a nod and steadied himself against the wall. After 3 massive pushes, they gazed out at Chicago. Well, shit, said Founder. The tiny access hatch opened onto the rooftop, providing them with a bird's-eye view of the devastation. The bunker's anti-aircraft gun lay concealed under a heap of writhing sludge, while the main entrance was a solid expanse of gray. They couldn't see very far into the distance. Heavy rainfall pushed the horizon in close, but the sporadic flash of light from a surviving Terran battery revealed hundreds of replicator vessels landing in the city streets. Wisest of Canyons ventured out into the downpour and winced with pain. His skin stung wherever the rain hit. He retreated back into the hatch as swiftly as his aching bones would permit. Passing through that will be challenging, remarked the Cephian. The water seers. There's no way they possess that many vessels, Founder murmured. How on earth could they have that many ships? By consuming rocks like this shit pump, Twisted stated. And no, Counselor, the rainfall won't be an issue. Envelop yourself in one of these. Wisest of Canyons snatched the small bundle that the Avari tossed. He unfurled it to discover a lightweight poncho. Why on earth were you lugging around a half-dozen raincoats? Inquired Founder as he stretched one over his pulse rifle. Neither Twisted nor the Marshal wanted to discover what the rain might do to their weapons. I picked up packing from the experts, Twisted stated. Humans, specifically. Well, humans in Fleet and Chirp, not you blasted Marshals. Fair enough, said Founder. They lowered the escape ladder and descended. Wisest of Canyon's palms burned as he grasped each rung, but he disregarded it. The discomfort was insignificant compared to the complaints of his age-worn body. Even with Founder's substantial assistance, the rush through the bunker's passages had not been easy. Out on the street, they weaved between churning clusters of replicators as they headed away from the old city's edge. Twisted felt certain that assistance would come from that direction, so, lacking any other strategy, that's the path they chose. Their advance was hindered by vast areas of replicator sludge. It crept gradually down the building facades and over the streets, compelling the group to move along the center of the broad avenues. Although the darkened sky made it impossible to discern, Wisest of Canyons was certain that the tower summits were entirely overrun. That was where the majority of the city's anti-air defenses had been positioned, and the final battery had fallen silent half an hour earlier. The acidic precipitation appeared to impede the replicators as much as it did the Terrans. While it stung their hands and faces when a droplet found its way past the ponchos, It also hindered the replicator's growth and interfered with their sensors. By preventing his radio from transmitting and keeping the group's noise minimal, Twisted could guide them to within a few feet of the unnatural sludge without alerting the invaders. The Avari sergeant passed the pack, holding the deactivated IF generator back to Founder after several kilometers. The marshal accepted the heavy burden silently. They hadn't dared to turn on the anti-replicator field since departing the bunker, but neither Twisted nor Founder was prepared to abandon the precious equipment. Wisest of Canyons believed he could detect the start of comprehension taking shape, but the Cephian was unable to dwell on it much. Disregarding his physical discomfort required all of his remaining willpower. The rumble of Terran vehicles echoed from afar. A flicker of hope sparked in Wisest of Canyon's snout, but it swiftly gave way to bewilderment as Founder lifted him up under one arm and began to trot down the street. "Why are we running?" inquired the Cephian. "Shouldn't we be happy to encounter Terrans in this situation?" "Not here," replied Founder. "Here, they're just a repel magnet." Wisest of Canyons listened to the thunderous booms of tank-mounted gracers and the piercing zap of IF shells exploding. He could also discern the softer, more delicate clicks of replicators materializing into their mobile forms and launching attacks. The noises of combat faded away before they had run 3 blocks. Twisted and Mottled decelerated after several hundred meters. "We ought to be safe for the time being. That was a bit too close for comfort." "Don't fret," Founder said. "Your companions are on their way, and based on what you've shared with me, they're not the sort to abandon hope." "I hope so," said Twisted. "I really hope so." Chicago. Chirp squinted his acid-damaged eyes as the compact line of tanks slid around the bend. He could barely hear the hum of their robust reactors above the drumming of the rain. The majority of Chicago's thunderous anti-air defenses had long ago gone quiet. "Goddamn idiots," muttered the Avari. "They ought to be fleeing the city as quickly as their impellers can take them, not rushing headlong into the heart of a danger zone." "They likely have instructions to empty the VIP bunker," Rook remarked. "Just because the marshals can't be bothered to evacuate 2 counselors doesn't mean the militia won't make an attempt." "Doesn't alter the reality that those men are going to perish," said Hawkins. "Couldn't we at the very least radio them and have them withdraw?" "No," Chirp replied. "Complete radio silence until we're safely away from these repels. There's far too much sludge around to chance a transmission." Hawkins nodded with reluctance. Chirp tugged his poncho closer as a drop of acid-laced rainwater splashed against the down near his beak. Just about the only positive thing the Avari could say regarding this weather was that it lacked wind. Rook released a startled gasp. "Wesley, check this out. Down the road, roughly a click and a half to the north. Do those appear to be friendlies to you?" The chief warrant officer raised the offered binoculars to his eyes. "They're certainly not repels. 3 figures. Could be a human and 2 Avari, though the human's carrying something large on his back." Wesley lowered the magnifiers. "I'll be damned. That's Twisted." "Thank God," said Hawkins. "Shit," muttered Rook. She was holding the binoculars again. "See where they're going? They're about to walk right beneath those sludge-covered walkways." Chirp rummaged through his pack for his own set of binoculars, lamenting the loss of his HUD. He could have accessed Rook's field of view and displayed it for the entire squad if the replicators hadn't compelled the Terrans to disable their implants. He at last removed his magnifiers and looked in the direction of Rook's extended arm. A different road intersected their boulevard, the junction expanding into a broad public plaza. Twisted's group had almost made it across. In front of them, a sky bridge connecting 2 of Chicago's towering skyscrapers had been struck by a falling replicator vessel. The nanobots had swiftly spread across the robustly constructed platform, and an almost imperceptible flow of gray goo now descended quietly to the street below. A person walking under the walkway would observe nothing but the dark gray sky above. Rook had spotted the sludge solely due to its outline against the white background of one of the towers. A burst of wind swept in, flinging raindrops into all 4 of Chirp's eyes. The Avari swore once more. If Twisted ventured too near that walkway— "This is the plan," Chirp stated. "Hawkins will accompany Wesley and Flaring to intercept Twisted. Get to him before he's beneath that death trap, and try to avoid falling into a puddle of repels along the way. Rook, you locate an escape route from this situation. I want us to be ready to head for the Stardust as soon as we reunite with the other team. And you, sir? I'm on Overwatch. Come on, Twisted said. Just a couple more blocks, and we can catch some sleep in the subway station. We'll get there before you realize it. Wisest of Canyons was exhausted. His legs had locked up, and he was now huddled in Founder's pack, oblivious to the tiny puddle of acrid water that had collected atop the dormant IF generator. He was faintly conscious of the Marshal's strained breathing. The man's crazy, thought the tiny part of Wisest of Canyon's mind not overwhelmed by agony. Twisted had proposed to carry the generator, but the stubborn human wouldn't consider it. With the weight and the mist rising from the rain, he must be nearing his limit. The Cephian tugged his poncho closer and clenched his eyes shut. He could hear the heavy splashes of Founder's boots as they trudged through puddles, hear the gentler rhythm of Twisted's and Mottled's four-legged gaits. His bodyguard's rifle clattered against something hard with the human's every unsteady step. Wind gusted through the tall towers. The muffled roar of a tank's reactor dulled the sound of rain pattering down. The last sound surprised Wisest of Canyons. "Tank!" he rasped. Founder kept on walking, showing no sign that he'd heard. "Tank!" he called out louder. Still no response. Damn human, damn wind. Wisest of Canyons lifted himself up in the Marshal's pack, trembling from the exertion, and positioned his snout close to the human's ear. "Tank!" shouted the Cephian. Founder startled, then glanced around. He began to run. "Behind us!" shouted the human. "A tank! We need to get off the street!" Wisest of Canyons eased back into the ruck, but not before he verified their destination. A network of alleyways, perhaps 300 meters in front of them. Some kind of overhang sheltered the side passages. He slumped back and let his eyes drift shut. He was so tired. Chirp gazed in silent terror as Twisted's little band suddenly started sprinting. He couldn't tell what had frightened the other Avery, and at this moment, he wasn't particularly concerned. The group would be reduced to repel goop in under a minute. Rotten luck, thought Chirp. Today's brought nothing but rotten luck. It had all begun with Fang and Sora. If they'd simply encountered a senior assistant or come across an official ready to bypass the red tape and pass on their information, then perhaps the home fleet would have been better prepared against these replicators. Instead, they were forced to release it to the public and seek refuge. Then they'd lost Slater. The bastard shouldn't have been on the Redoubtable. He'd been putting his master's degree to good use on the task Hephaestus, but some unexpected inspection tour had pulled him into the midst of the invasion. Chirp had been through a lot with the guy. Slater's death hurt. And now Chirp observed Twisted, among the earliest of Aerie to join the Terran fleet, rushing towards inevitable demise. More misfortune. Hawkins stood no chance of making it. They had scarcely traversed half the gap between the two squads, and their cries would never reach over the Tempest at that range. Even a gunshot might not be audible enough to reach Twisted's squad. They hadn't moved swiftly enough. That left just one choice, Chirp's radio. The Avari lifted the small plastic device carefully. He inspected the climbing hooks tucked into his tactical vest, then ensured his rifle was fastened securely against his chest. He gave his wings a tentative stretch. Chirp's finger pressed the transmit button. "Nimble claw hushed glide," he started. "This is Chirp. Stop your advance immediately. The overhead walkway in front of you is dripping with sludge. Hawkins is coming from the south." He hesitated. "If I don't make it out, know that you're a real bastard. Make our race proud." That dealt with Twisted. Chirp stowed the radio and dashed towards the closest tower wall. Around him, the replicators began to move. Chicago. Twisted's radio came to life with a hiss of static. "Nimble claw hushed glide," it spoke. "This is Chirp. Stop your progress right away. That elevated walkway in front of you is oozing with sludge. Hawkins is coming from the south." The voice paused briefly. "If I don't survive this, know that you're a real bastard. Make our kind proud." "Who in the world was that?" Founder inquired. He had to push the words out between frantic breaths. The man was lugging a waterlogged Wisest of Canyons and the hefty interference field generator, and the exertion was becoming evident. My sir, Twisted said, we're going to turn around. Mottled, are you still able to keep up? The Avari counselor gave a feeble nod. He appeared utterly wretched, soaked with biting acid rain in spite of his hood, but he hadn't uttered a single complaint since the attack started. Then there's me, mused wisest of canyons, too aged and too frail to do anything except hold on to my bodyguard like an infant. Right then, said Twisted, let's get moving. How about the tank? Inquired Founder, motioning toward the far-off bulk of armor barreling down the road in their direction. There's a strong possibility it'll mow us down if we're not under cover. Chirp's got something planned. You'll find out. He thinks of everything in advance. They ran south across the road, giving the bubbling areas of sludge a wide berth. Wisest of canyons felt certain there had been more replicators just moments earlier. Flaring paused as Jenkins' radio crackled. Nimble claw-hushed glide, it began. This is Chirp. Hawkins terminated the transmission with a harsh gesture. Damn fool, he snarled. We might have pulled it off. No, we couldn't have, Wesley replied. We can't even spot Twisted squad at the moment. Doesn't alter the reality that Chirp just transmitted his location to all RPLs in a half-mile radius. The pools of sludge scattered across the boulevard were gradually taking shape into their mobile arachnid-like forms. Flaring recoiled as a swarm of them scurried past, but they ignored him entirely. Apart from noise, their group maintained absolute emissions, silence. He was truly beginning to despise the replicators. Their spider-like form was particularly frightening, devoid of either the sleek minimalism of Terran tech or the familiar designed-by-committee appearance of the compacts. Whatever had designed the replicators hadn't drawn from any biological template Flaring could identify. The final product was completely foreign. Huh, said Hawkins. So that's what they were running from. Having reached the corner of Twisted Street, they were at last able to glance down and see what had frightened their companion. The sight was unsettling. A massive shape emerged from the downpour, careening erratically as it approached. Muck squirmed across its plated exterior. That's a tank, said Flaring. No kidding, said Hawkins. And it's swarming with replicators. Poor souls inside are probably already gone. He placed his massive pulsar cannon on a somewhat dry patch of road and shrugged off his pack. Flaring, give me a hand with these straps. Why do you need to get into your bag? Just shut up and do it. The dull claws adorning the Avari's central leg arms had weathered the biting rain far better than the human's delicate fingers. Flaring managed to open the pack in mere moments. Thanks, said Hawkins. He pulled out a short metal tube. What the hell are you doing now? How does it appear? I'm taking that creature out before it runs us over. Chirp sped up the side of the skyscraper, his climbing hooks attaching to the glass with satisfying thwops. The small devices were truly remarkable. With them fastened to his 6 limbs, the smooth surface of the tower provided more handholds than any Martian cliff. They lent the ascent a rhythm. Set the hooks, propel upwards, detach, then beat his wings. Set, propel, detach, then flap. Repeat. Acidic rain cascaded down the tower's side. It drenched his feathers and seared the skin beneath. It seeped into his eyes under his partial visor. His ears registered only its din, and his wings were saturated with the wretched liquid, but he remained unfazed. Chirp had found the rhythm, and he was immersed in it. Avari were made for climbing. 10 millennia of evolution flowed through his veins and reassured him that, once he located his cliff, he was invincible. That would typically have been reassuring. At this moment, however, it was merely frustrating. The replicators rushing up behind him were closing in. A sphere of flame tore into the pavement several meters short of the oncoming tank. "What the fuck was that?" shouted Founder over the wind. "Mortar 60 millimeters penetrator round," replied Twisted. "Hawkins is likely attempting to destroy the tank." In these winds, is he insane? Probably. A sharp, nearly metallic blast sliced through the air. Wisest of Canyons lowered his head. "You missed," said Flaring. "Of course I bloody missed," said Hawkins. His voice was hoarse from the acid-laced rain. "We're in the midst of a damn typhoon. Now pass me another. I reckon I've got the range." The Avari retrieved another of the antimatter-enriched rounds from Hawkins's pack and passed it to the human. Hawkins inserted it into his mortar tube with a raspy cheer. The replicators pursuing up the side of the building. Chirp were possibly 20 meters behind. Or 15. He wasn't certain. He hadn't looked in a few seconds. He was somewhat preoccupied. Another thing was descending from above. A large number of things. Chirp hadn't even thought about the possibility of replicators multiplying at the summits of the towers, but it seemed obvious now. That had been the location of most of the anti-aircraft defenses. No point fixating on that now, though. He cast a swift look over his shoulder, not downward, but behind him. 50 meters of empty space lay between him and the next tower. The adjacent tower was a low one, low enough, he'd figured, that he could soar right over it and veer back into the streets below. But he still hadn't ascended higher than its roof, and Earth's gravity wasn't going to suddenly ease up and allow him to fly anytime soon. Chirp detected the slightest hint of the replicators tapping as they approached him. That was bad, really bad. He secured his hooks. He braced himself before the jump. Then he sprang back into the void. Another mortar round detonated on the pavement. Several pieces of asphalt ricocheted off the pack where Wisest of Canyons was tucked away. That one was closer, said Twisted. Nearer to us, you mean, said Founder. Your friend's going to get us killed. Just shut up and keep running. Damn it, Hawkins, said Flaring. Aim for the tank, not Twisted. Not my fault that it's almost on top of them. We got another round? Yes, said Wesley, but you're not firing. Tube. Here. Now. Hawkins threw the tube to the older man with a smirk. Just so you know, it's a pain to aim. Chirp was airborne once more. Well, coasting, he could sense Earth's gravitational pull tugging him downward, feel it grasping at his sodden feathers. The breeze jostled him from left to right. His shoulders trembled with the strain of maintaining his wings outstretched. His head pulsed with the rapid beating of his dual hearts. The acid burns no longer even registered. Chirp was too exhausted to care. It had been truly optimistic to think he could soar over the adjacent tower. Heck, Chirp didn't even believe he could veer around it at this point. He attempted to release one of his wings and tilt, only to drop half a meter before he could secure the joint again. 40 meters to the structure now. He was bridging the gap at an alarming rate. His grasping arms wrapped around the weapon attached to his tack vest. He shut his outer set of eyes and tuned out the surroundings. He was back in training. This was simply a flight exercise, back in the wind tunnel at Camp Mons. The rifle's stock pressed against his chest, slightly off-center to allow his right middle eye to peer through the scope. He shifted a bit, disregarding his left wing's objection, as he eased the joint by a few degrees, and the rifle's stock settled into the precise center of his body. He aimed at a promising pane of glass. Deep breath. Fire on the exhale. A pulsar dart shot out and struck the side of the tower. Fractures spread across the polymer surface. Some part of Chirp's mind cursed whichever human designer had constructed security screens capable of withstanding the apocalypse. But he pushed the thought aside. No time for such musings. His left wing protested even more as he tilted slightly to adjust for a gust of wind. 20 meters remaining. Inhale. Shoot. Additional fissures formed in the glass. 15 meters. Inhale. Shoot. He noticed several small cracks appear suddenly. 10 meters. Breathe. Shoot. The dart pierced straight through the pane, creating a fist-sized opening. 5 meters away. Breathe. Shoot. A marginally bigger hole appeared, yet the glass still wouldn't break. Screw breathing, thought Chirp. He switched the selector to full auto and pulled the trigger hard. The mortar struck the tank. Bloody hell, exclaimed Founder. That Hawkins of yours actually managed to hit it. It tilted to one side. Left impeller burned completely off by the hit. Sparks flew from its plating as it scraped across the pavement. Metal warped and concrete cracked as the tank collided with the square's sidewall. To tell you the truth, I'm somewhat taken aback myself, Twisted remarked. We'd better get behind him before he chooses to fire at something else. The glass broke, and Chirp tumbled into the office. The rifle pressed against his chest flew out of his grasp. The cord tethering it to his chest snapped. His right wing struck the floor. His helmeted head smashed straight through a flimsy wooden desk. His limbs dropped to the ground in a limp heap. Chirp freed his head from his confined helmet and surveyed the room. A few emergency lights casted in a feeble red glow, revealing a labyrinth of cheap desks and costly chairs. And replicator sludge. Plenty of replicator sludge. He hauled himself upright and looked around for his rifle. It was disintegrating in a pool of squirming slime a few meters away. Bad luck that, but Chirp comforted himself with the thought that it might have been much worse. He drew his sidearm and dashed for the distant wall. The sludge was beginning to merge into spiders the size of heads once more. Chirp fired at the closest one, dispersing it across the floor, but the globs of goop merely crept back towards one another and reshaped. He would have traded a wing for an IF generator. There weren't too many replicators in this place, but he'd left the cumbersome generator out on the street with his pack. Without it, he couldn't even battle his way through to reach the stairs. That wasn't the sole exit, however. The distant wall was nearing, another enormous sheet of glass. No window latch in sight. It didn't matter. Chirp pulled a grenade from his vest, removed the safety, and tossed it in front of him. He was far enough away to avoid the blast. The window wasn't. It shattered cleanly. He swiveled his right wing in its socket, noticing with concern the way his strong shoulder muscles ached. That wasn't normal. 6 meters to the freshly blasted exit. He began to decelerate, then looked back over his shoulder and accelerated. The replicator's hesitation hadn't endured. Chirp reached the edge and leapt. Flaring made his way through the street carefully, taking care not to step into any of the shallow depressions left by the replicator sludge. He couldn't be completely sure that the goop hadn't left some residue behind when it chased after Chirp. Wesley and Hawkins followed behind him, sporting the most self-satisfied smirks he'd witnessed in his brief military service. They'd be discussing that shot for years to come. Twisted's small party was gradually coming into view. Twisted himself appeared keen, though slightly acid-damaged. Counselor Mottled's eyes gleamed with a resolve that his sagging frame didn't mirror. And the lone human among them, hunched beneath his overstuffed pack, seemed completely exhausted. Flaring could barely discern the snout of a Cephian peeking over the man's shoulder. Likely Counselor Wisest of Canyons. He wasn't astonished that the ancient Cephian Primarch had struggled to maintain pace. "Happy to see you've arrived," Hawkins yelled above the storm. It was a close call for a moment there. "Still is," said Twisted. "You guys had better have an evac plan. Rook's surveying the path as we speak. When she returns, we'll connect with Chirp and get the hell out of here." "Assuming he's still alive," murmured Twisted's human companion. Flaring was taken aback to notice that the individual sported martial rank insignia. "Ah, he's still alive," Wesley remarked. "It takes quite a bit more than a few nanobots to finish off that scoundrel." Chirp's right wing failed with a sharp twinge. One moment he was soaring, tilting downwards in a narrow spiral. The next he was plummeting. Fear surged up the Avari's spine. His left wing flapped ineffectively through the air in the rain. His right hung limply. His heart pounded uncontrollably. For a few crucial moments, Chirp was paralyzed. Suddenly, a blast of wind spun Chirp around, bringing him face to face with the swiftly nearing ground. This broke the grip of fear on his mind, and a memory of something one of his drop instructors had mentioned flashed through his thoughts. "I don't care how much trust you place in your wings. When you drop, you pack a chute, and you keep your chute nearer than your damn rifle. It's a long damned fall from high orbit." Chirp's left grasping arm fumbled along the front of his tack vest, sliding across the edge of the Velcro pouch containing his anti-grav parachute. One of his claws caught beneath the lip and ripped past the seal. As the road drew nearer, it scrabbled against the hard plastic. Searching frantically for the panic button, the claw sank into the groove. His stomach churned as the tiny inertial damper reduced his speed by a factor of 10. An instant later, he crashed into the ground. Chirp attempted to roll over. When that didn't work, he tried to groan. He settled for a weary blink. His sight was fuzzy, his thoughts sluggish and heavy. Where was he? Why did the blasted rain sting so much? Motion at the periphery of his sight made him shift his head. Well, tilt his head a bit. He hazily observed a spider-like robot creep towards him. The nearing machine seemed odd, misplaced, but his muddled thoughts couldn't quite pinpoint the reason for his discomfort. Something grabbed his unharmed shoulder and turned him over. Chirp panicked, weakly fluttering his left wing in defense. But his strength wasn't coming back fast enough. He clenched his eyes shut and awaited the end. "Come on, sir, don't quit on me now. Light-boned or not, I can't haul you home and battle our way through." Chirps snapped open. That was Rook's voice. "I assumed," he rasped, "I assumed you were surveying the path back." "We both realized that was nonsense, sir. It's a direct compass bearing to the RV. You simply wanted me out of the way so you could attempt your heroics undisturbed." "Didn't—" Chirp stopped to let blood trickle from his beak. He'd bitten hard into his tongue as he fell. "Didn't work." "Well, I've been at this for longer than you have. Not simple to deceive. Now come on, we need to get going." Rook pulled the Avari up to his feet, pushing a sidearm into his working hand. Her left hand gripped his intact wing, supporting Chirp and keeping him standing. She held a pulse rifle with her right arm. The street they were on was gradually becoming crowded with replicators, those cursed spiders undoubtedly attracted by the gravitational disturbances from Chirp's chute. He fired at the nearest one, observing with contentment as the dispersed pieces disintegrated. Rook's IF generator appeared to be functioning properly. "I take it that means you're ready to go, sir?" He spat out more blood as a response, then blasted another replicator. Speaking felt like far too much effort. Next to him, Rook let out a chuckle. "Let's get out of here, then." TSS Stardust, outskirts of Chicago. "The city's been overrun, John," Lyra stated. "Not a single militia stronghold is still firing. They're going to start glassing it soon. We need to pull out now." "Not yet," said Blackthorn. "What the hell are you waiting for?" "That," Blackthorn remarked. A smile crept over his face as he gazed out through the Stardust view screen to where a vivid green laser flickered from the city's edge. "Can't depart without our away team, can we?" Beside him, Shadow's tail wagged furiously. "Tav Stardust. A reminder to all vessels that the Walter Protocol remains in full effect. Any ships discovered to be in violation will be destroyed without prior notice. Please limit all transmissions to tight beam." The deep, commanding voice of the radio announcer pierced into Chirp's skull and startled him awake. 3 of his eyes slowly opened. The 4th wouldn't budge. He raised a grasping arm towards it, but the claw brushed against a bandage before reaching the eyelid. That wasn't good. He allowed the tired limb to drop back onto his soft mattress. Chirp could barely discern the beeping of a vitals monitor above the hum of the radio. His vitals monitor, most likely. He slowly turned his head, attempting to survey the room, and managed to roll it to one side. Shadow, Blackthorn's enormous German shepherd, was curled up in the room's corner, while Flaring was busy at a small desk close by. The Avery's back was turned away. Chirp attempted to shout the medic's name, but only a faint whisper of air escaped. That wasn't an issue. He could simply stroll over there. He felt as if he were capable of just about anything, in fact. Squadron rosters have been distributed to all ships' captains. Should your vessel not have received an assignment, promptly contact the Admiralty's desk via the priority band. Be advised that improper use of the priority band is subject to punishment of up to... He heard the beeping of the vital monitor increase as he hauled his 4 slegs over the edge of the bed. He couldn't quite manage to untangle them, but that wasn't the main concern. Getting to his feet seemed far more crucial. A dog barked, though it sounded faint and muffled. He pushed himself off the bed and his legs buckled. His face crashed into the floor. He realized too late that Flaring was already turning, his crest feathers rising in alarm. Shadow softly nudged Chirp's outstretched body with his snout. "Hawkins," called the Avari, "get in here. I need you." Although casualties are substantial, we have not been vanquished. We wish to pause for a moment to recognize the sacrifices of the courageous men, women, and extraterrestrials who... The door slid open with a hiss, and Chirp glimpsed Hawkins's massive form hurrying through. The Avari drifted back into unconsciousness. ARC 205 have sacrificed their lives on this day. According to traffic logs and the black box reports from the home fleet, the office of the chair has posthumously bestowed the Unification Cross upon... Kip bounced joyfully on the smaller of the cabin's 2 beds, propelling herself off the low ceiling at the height of each jump. The cub appeared oblivious to her parents' concerns and the constant hum of the radio announcer. "We're going to have to leave the rifles behind," Fang stated. "There's no way we can get them signed out without drawing attention." "We might still grab them afterwards," Sora remarked casually. Her eyes darted swiftly between the trio of screens she had arranged on the table before her. "I certainly hope so," responded Fang. "That pulse rifle of mine is a masterpiece. Took a full month's worth of fabrication time. Won't do you much good if you're languishing in a martial prison. Master Warrant Officer Caleb Walt, for exceptional courage and valor." Master Warrant Officer Walt's efforts enabled the successful deployment of an ARC-class transport, preserving the lives of over 20,000 individuals. Sora looked up from her monitors and gave Fang a piercing gaze. "Do you believe we made the correct decision?" Fang's ears folded into a frown. "Right thing? What are you referring to by that? Leaking those documents and fleeing Earth? Had we not leaked the files, many more lives would have been lost. And then what other options did we have? Interfere with one of the militia teams operating an anti-aircraft gun? Perish in one of the urban shelters? Board an evacuation submarine and hide beneath the ocean's surface? We might have stood our ground for our home. Instead, we tucked our tails and fled. Had we remained, we wouldn't have survived. Kip wouldn't have survived. We were left with no alternative. I suppose. Sora shifted her attention back to her screens. It still doesn't feel quite right, though. In his own mind, Fang concurred. They had built a life in Cascade, and they had left friends behind, though he didn't wish to further amplify Sora's uncertainties. The dialogue faded. The hum of the radio and the steady thump of Kip's paws against the ceiling were the sole sounds in the cramped cabin. 2. Corporal Oddclaw swooping wings for notable gallantry and courage. Despite having a wing taken out by an enemy pulsar dart, the Avari Corporal persisted in defending the entrance of the London nuclear silo against continuous enemy attack. "Spotted it!" exclaimed Sora. "Tav Stardust among the final vessels from Earth." "That's what Blackthorn decided to call his yacht?" Fang inquired. "I would have expected he'd choose something a bit more aggressive." "His yacht is an aging, semi-retired dragonfly. It doesn't require a rugged-sounding name to establish its masculinity." "Fair enough, I guess. You made contact?" "Yep. We'll be hearing back shortly." Tav Stardust. Silence filled the Stardust-confined shuttle bay. Blackthorn had switched off the radio when the citations began. "We will go back to the Council," Wisest of Canyons stated. "It's essential for us to exert our full influence as a balance against the chair." "I'm coming along as well," said Twisted. "I won't hand over Mottled Guard until I've carefully checked out my replacement, and I'm still a bit upset that the Marshals abandoned us in Chicago." "Fair enough," Blackthorn replied. "We'll reconnect once everything has calmed down. But before you leave, I've got a request for you. For Founder, actually." He faced the Marshal. "Do you think you could manage a swift extraction before you head out? How much shit will this land me in? If it goes well, none. And when it doesn't?" Blackthorn shrugged. "It won't be the most treasonous act I've been involved in today." "Screw it," said Founder. "I owe you guys, and my outfit has been treating me like crap for years. Count me in." Blackthorn grinned. "Excellent. As it turns out, we've lost track of 2 dear friends of mine. You're going to assist in retrieving them." Tav Stardust. Sub-Lieutenant Stacy Carter, for notable gallantry and courage. On 5 occasions, Sub-Lieutenant Carter flew her shuttle into embattled urban zones, evacuating more than 2,000. Chirp leaned heavily against Flaring as he limped over to the operation room's single large table, Shadow trailing close behind. Wesley was perched at the far end of the table, his fingers tapping clumsily at an outdated keyboard. Chirp slumped into a chair near the lanky human. "Still can't use the implants?" asked Chirp. "No," Wesley replied, "and operating without them is a real hassle. I ought to have recalled the primary principle of Strat-Int." Flaring lowered himself into a chair opposite Chirp. As Wesley remained quiet, he spoke up to break the silence. "Mind filling us in?" "Don't ever reveal your Strat-Int to anybody. You'll lose the concept of free time in less than a week." Chirp gave a feeble cough of amusement. Are you at least making some progress? A bit. It's difficult without an open network to monitor. Need to compete for bandwidth on the narrow beam system. What have you got so far? Wesley leaned back and let out a sigh. Earth's finished. We managed to get some folks off with the arcs, and we concealed others in the oceans. But all the major metropolitan areas are glass now. The remainder of the surface is overrun with replicators. Mars is a lost cause. There are still volunteer squads operating the AA, but the remainder of the population has evacuated the cities and moved into the catacombs. 1 billion people packed into shelters designed for half that number. The belt's somewhat distinct. Most of those facilities still operate under full emissions discipline, so there's just the occasional cluster of replicators drifting in their direction. Nothing hurried, though. The smaller outposts should be able to play cat and mouse for quite a while. The larger ones, Ganymede, Eros, and such, have already united with us around the Hephaestus. Lieutenant George Slater, for outstanding gallantry and bravery. Lieutenant Slater spearheaded the final defense of the TAV Indomitable's reactor core and personally activated an improvised explosive device to prevent the replicators from gaining ground. This marks Lieutenant Slater's second unification cross, with the first... Shit, breathed Chirp. I thought he was stationed on the Hef. I suppose not, said Wesley. Wasn't he the ERT who earned his first cross on Askra? How did you come to know him? Lotus Station. Ended up caught in the conflict alongside me and Hawkins. Chirp flicked his crest into a faint smile. Always did have a knack for the heroic. Damn shame, said Flaring. Agreed, Wesley said. He leaned over and switched off the radio. But we can't spare time to mourn now. There's work that needs doing. The room grew silent, save for the clack of Wesley's clumsy typing, breaking the stillness. Chirp slouched in his seat, head lowered. Flaring squirmed restlessly. Are we returning to active duty then? Inquired Flaring. The fleet radio is the only source of information I've received. No, we aren't, Wesley replied. They just concentrated 1st and 4th SOR. Heck, even the remnants of our second company got stood down. The remaining pie isn't large enough for everyone to get a piece, and we're not required. I suppose that makes sense, Flaring remarked. With limited resources, counterinsurgency and EVA skills might prove useful. Hawkins has to be thrilled about that, Chirp remarked, looking up at Flaring. It means he gets to spend more time with us for a while. He and Rook took one of the shuttles over to our new outdated sister ship, the HAV Phantom. The vessel's so damn old that nobody even bothered to update its registry after contact. Sister ship. Some Navy idiot figured that a couple of barely armed civilian boats are roughly equivalent to a FAC. We were matched up about an hour back. Damn, I didn't realize we were that short on warships. We're hurting for a lot more than that. Have Phantom. Rook pulled up short and stared through the open door. Is that a goat? She asked. Yep, said Mance, the vessel's engineer. Captain's goat. Whiskers. Friendly fella. Hawkins stepped back a bit and gazed through the doorway. It was, in fact, a goat. Slightly curved horns, jaws continuously chewing on cud, and a dull look across its long face. It gulped. Bleat, said the goat. He don't like me much, said Mance. As it grew clear that the grumpy sailor had no intention of elaborating, Hawkins turned his back on the strangely mesmerizing creature and set off towards the bridge. This excursion was proving more interesting by the minute. They'd exited their shuttle into a leaky hangar. Quite literally. The hiss was audible, and the hood of Hawkins's skin suit had snapped shut the moment it detected the gradual loss of pressure. Their guides, a tall fellow named Casey, and the small blob of a man that was Mance, hadn't appeared worried. Welcome aboard the Machina, Casey had said. I'm Casey, and this is Mance. My deepest apologies for the condition of our hangar. We experienced a micrometeor strike a few days ago and haven't had an opportunity to get it repaired. We'll need to proceed with this in the corridors. Casey had been persuasive. Hawkins might have believed him if Rook hadn't marked 3 smuggling compartments on his helmet's display before they'd exited the hangar. It was then that he'd insisted, despite Casey's vocal protests and Mance's wordless glare, on a complete tour of the vessel. The hallways had been a jumble, a seemingly endless labyrinth of unmarked junctions and abrupt dead ends that appeared designed to confuse Hawkins's sense of direction. It wasn't helped by the fact that the stench of cheap alcohol had assaulted his sense of smell the moment he'd removed his helmet. He'd struggled to maintain his bearings. They had viewed the cluttered yet operational engineering deck, a dirty porthole serving as the vessel's sole genuine window, and the squalid area that functioned as the Machina's crew quarters before Casey was drawn away by a poker game and a new bottle of vodka. The tour had grown considerably more silent with Mance at the helm. The gruff engineer hadn't uttered a sound until they'd unexpectedly encountered the goat. Hawkins reduced his pace to allow Mance to pass him. There was no point in revealing to the plump scoundrel that he was unsure of the bridge's location. "Is this captain of yours kind?" Rook inquired. There was no reply, though Hawkins gave a slight smile. Mance made a right turn. "Have you been a spacer long?" she attempted. Still no response. For reasons Hawkins couldn't fathom, Mance took another right turn at the next junction. "Have a last name?" Silence. Hawkins laughed softly at Rook's growing efforts to make conversation, and Mance took another right turn. "Don't see what's so amusing," said Mance. His hand smacked against a panel, and he turned and strode off. "Chatty fellow," muttered Rook. Hawkins entered through the doorway, then retched. The odor was so strong he could taste it. He heard Rook activate her helmet. That seemed like a smart move. He groped for the button at his neck and engaged his own. "This definitely isn't the bridge," said Hawkins. "Bleat," said the goat. The two humans glanced at Whiskers, who squeezed his way between them and strolled into the room. He pushed a fallen can upright using his nose and began licking up the remnants inside. "A trash compactor?" Rook inquired. "Are we still constructing vessels with these? And should they be allowed to get this full?" "It's likely busted," Hawkins remarked. "Even by pre-contact standards, this heap is ancient. Hard to believe anyone took the trouble to retrofit it with impellers. Did you happen to notice which direction Mance headed?" "My eyes were too busy tearing up." "Great. Seems we're going to locate the bridge by ourselves. Helmets on?" "Helmets on," concurred Rook. "I'll take point. Let's go, Whiskers. That can appears nasty." The goat trotted after them. Arc 205. Fang casually picked Kip up mid-jump and placed her onto his lap. The cub wriggled slightly, attempting to resume her play, but Sora was already straightening the covers and adjusting the pillow. The remainder of the room was already immaculate. One would never guess that they'd taken refuge in it for the past 12 hours. "So who's this founder we're waiting for anyways?" asked Fang. "A marshal," Sora explained, "and an angry one at that. Got stranded in the rain after the replicators struck Chicago. Looks like the marshal's forgotten to collect him and Wisest of Canyons." Fong curled his ears in contempt. "Sure, forgot." "We may still not be able to trust him," Sora remarked. "Those loyalty screenings are comprehensive. Treg failed the test after the initial round, and I coached him for nearly a month." "Wait, you prepped him? How come I never heard about that?" "This was somewhat secretive for you. It allows you to guide the freed pack more easily without being familiar with them. I'll say it once more, I'm not a leader. I'm leaving as soon as we've chosen a chief. No one except you will be nominated, and you're aware of it. If you'd simply listen up and—" The door slid open with a hiss, and a short human, Fang had to be 2 feet taller, walked through. The man appeared as if he'd been through hell. His face was covered in blotchy, red patches of raw skin, and his left eye was wrapped in bandages. "Fang?" he asked. "Founder?" replied Fang. The man nodded. "Good. Let's go." They formed an unusual procession, the four of them. Founder led the way, his marshal's uniform clearing a path through the hallways more effectively than any weapon. Kip followed behind him, occasionally reaching for his sidearm, and Sora walked a few paces back, ears lowered with worry. Fang took up the rear. Both grown lichen wore unfastened cuffs behind their backs. He would have given anything to exchange them for a rifle. They weaved left and right, steering clear of the main corridors in the pairs of marshal patrols that roamed the halls. They used a maintenance hatch to descend 2 levels to the shuttle bays. Then they collided with another person. She was a young marshal private, sporting MP's markings instead of the feared Special Investigations insignia. That was a relief. She appeared crisp enough to be fresh out of training. It usually took only a few months for a marshal to realize they were practically immune to the typical military nonsense. She also didn't seem self-assured enough to question Founder about his raw skin or eye patch. Still recognized Fang and Sora, however. Founder came to a halt as she quickly offered a salute, which he immediately returned. "Sir," she said, "may I help you transport your prisoners?" Fang's breath hitched, and he noticed Sora's hand inch towards the blade concealed at her back. He envisioned his own knife and backup blaster, hidden beneath his shirt, and mentally rehearsed the scenario. Sora would move past Kip, slash Founder's throat, and push the dying man aside to give Fang a clear shot at the woman. It would be noisy, chaotic, and likely ruin their chance of escape, but he couldn't imagine any other option. He relaxed at their human escort's next words. "That won't be required, Private," responded Founder. "If I intended to cause a commotion, I'd have brought out the power armor and pulse rifles. The last thing we need at this moment is to agitate the public." "But sir, I'm capable of managing 2 unarmed captives and a child on my own. What I require from you is to run interference. Even if these 2 came along voluntarily, there are around 200 Lycan on this ark who might still raise objections. Possibly violent objections. Keep their focus diverted from the shuttle bay until I'm en route." "Understood, sir." She moved to leave, and Fang let out a relieved sigh. That had been a close call. Sora's hand drifted away from her knife's handle. They made it to the shuttle bay without any more trouble, and Founder led them to a plain-looking vessel tucked away in the corner. Fang grimaced slightly at the sight. Once aboard, he'd need to stoop to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling. "This is where I part ways with you," Founder stated. "Inform Blackthorn that we're now square." "Certainly," Sora replied. Fang nodded in agreement, and Founder departed silently. Sora activated the ship's hatch and ushered Kip inside. She glanced at Fang. "Mind if I drive?" "Have you ever flown everything larger than an air skimmer?" "Nope. Have you?" Fang sighed. "No. Let's hope there's a decent autopilot." Have Phantom. Hawkins followed Rook onto the bridge. The real bridge this time, not a broken trash compactor piled with goat droppings. It smelled of alcohol rather than decaying flesh. Each person has their own method of dealing with things, Hawkins reflected, though certain approaches are undoubtedly less effective than others. It appeared as though someone had dispersed stations across a vacant room haphazardly. Not one of the terminals faced the same way, and Hawkins was unable to identify anything resembling a captain's chair, or an external display for that matter. Only the presence of the 3 men working inside convinced Hawkins that they had indeed located the bridge. A pair of them were bent over a single console, debating in hushed tones. He believed he heard the phrases "slip away" and "exit vector," but it was difficult to be certain. Their backs were to him. The third individual, resting against the distant bulkhead, was undoubtedly the vessel's captain. Hawkins instantly disliked him. The balding man had crammed his enormous belly into a fleet captain's mess jacket. Not the complete uniform, however. Just the jacket. He'd exchanged the rest of the outfit for a pair of mismatched dress trousers and worn leather combat boots, and a stained undershirt was visible beneath the unfastened coat. "Welcome," boomed the captain. "I see you've made it here. What became of your guides? I hope you didn't have to roam too much." "Walked away," said Hawkins. Then, just for amusement, he added, "Are you the captain?" The man frowned. "You wound me, sir. Do I need to fetch my cap?" "That won't be necessary. I think I've got it figured out now." "Excellent. Well then, I'm Orion. I'm the owner and operator of the machina. The 2 bewildered-looking fellows are Liam and Finnegan? Liam and Finnegan." Rook snorted. "Sure he is. Hey, Finnegan!" An uncomfortable silence fell before the second man slowly turned his head and uttered a hesitant, "Me?" Orion let out a sigh. "It's quite difficult to find reliable assistance nowadays. He goes by Fingers. Just a harmless bit of amusement, truly, due to his card-dealing antics. But I figured you military folks wouldn't take too kindly to that sort of thing." Hawkins reclined against a bulkhead and relished the resulting quiet. Rook ambled over to the pair of perplexed crewmen and began examining their display. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit anyway?" inquired Orion. "I would have assumed that your captain and I could have made our introductions from a distance." "We made an attempt," Rook stated. "Your tight beam communication system is damaged. Blackthorn dispatched us in its place." Orion wrung his hands. "Is that so? I'll have Mance on it right away. I appreciate you bringing that message. I can escort you back to your shuttle now." "Nope," Hawkins declared. "I've made up my mind that we're not going anywhere." He sank into a chair and, content that he had a clear view of both the door and the three people in the room, propped his feet up on a nearby console. The display was damaged. He figured he wouldn't be obstructing anything. "Rook, you might want to sit down." Tav Stardust, Master Corporal Gregory Hammond, for exceptional courage and valor. Master Corporal Hammond declined evacuation and persisted in his efforts to liberate the trapped members of his platoon as replicator forces moved towards his location. His actions preserved the lives of three. Shadow's enormous head lay on Chirp's leg. The dog's heaviness was strangely reassuring. "So we have 5 full-strength dreadnoughts and around 24 FACs, Chirp said. "That's all we had at the HEF?" "That's about right," Wesley replied. "We've got another 15 hulls we can bring along. 6 of them are brand-new Redoubtable-class supers, but they're operating with minimal crews and unfinished systems. We're leaving behind another 23 in their dry docks. At least we'll manage to get some of them out." Chirp hesitated. "Hold on, take them with us? Where to?" "Full evac through the gate." "Is that even possible?" "The remaining Admiralty appears to believe so. The majority of the replicator swarm has shifted away from the gate, and we've got sufficient capital ships to create an opening." "Where do we go from there, though? We can't expect to reconstruct without shipyards, and we can't really bring the Hephaestus along with us." "Not the primary ones, no, but a few of the smaller fabricator and refinery units could be towed by a tug. The station's already broken up into parts." "Fuck! I was out for longer than I thought." Tav Stardust. Fang eased his tight grip on his seat as the shuttle's autopilot gently landed them inside the Stardust. Sora had been glancing at the manual controls with a bit too much curiosity during their short trip through the fleet. He stood up from his seat, bumped his head on the 4-person craft's low ceiling, then made his way over to the hatch. Kip sprang cheerfully out of the craft and into the Stardust shuttle bay. "I would have been able to do that just as well as the computer," Sora grumbled. "It didn't seem that difficult." "The computer charted a path through over 4,000 vessels, then carried it out perfectly," said Fang. "I'd consider that quite difficult." "You're no fun." "I know." Blackthorn stood waiting for them in the shuttle bay. He lifted Kip up in a hug and spun her around, disregarding the cub's delighted squeals, then set her down on the ground and approached her parents. Kip landed with a well-practiced roll. "You guys cut that rather close," he said. "Had to be cautious," said Sora. "You never know who's trustworthy nowadays. How did you manage to turn that marshal anyway? I noticed he was wearing a CPO's badge." "He was screwed over in Chicago. Somebody in his chain apparently figured the invasion would be an opportune moment to get rid of their 2 most problematic counselors. We managed to extract them instead." "That should be sufficient," Fang remarked. "The close protection personnel are a notch above standard marshals. Where's everybody, incidentally? You folks from 3rd don't usually cut back on your welcomes to this extent." "The Admiralty has just issued the final movement orders. The rest of the crew is on the bridge waiting for the signal. Would you like to join us?" "Nope," Fang replied. "I need to ensure Kip's comfortable. Don't be fooled by her endless energy. She hasn't gotten any sleep in about 36 hours." "I'll come," said Sora. "It's his turn to cub sit anyways." Have Phantom. A console in the distant corner emitted a shrill ringing noise. Among the entire Machina's crew, Whiskers alone showed any hint of curiosity, and even that was limited to a slight raising of his head. He remained primarily occupied with chewing his cud in the corner. Hawkins slowly rose to his feet and made his way over. The station was operating with an obsolete communication system. He reluctantly accepted the call with a sigh. Blackthorn's visage appeared on the screen. Hawkins grinned, then adjusted the volume lower. "Hawkins," inquired the aging NCO, "how long do you intend to remain over there?" "Entire journey," answered Hawkins. I'm not certain they won't bolt as soon as things get intense. I doubt it would make much of a difference, Blackthorn remarked. That old piece of junk won't be able to do much in combat. Its turret hardly counts as a weapon. Hawkins noticed Orion tense up from his peripheral vision. That was curious. The marshals hadn't yet handed out the reactivation packages for the implants, which suggested that the Machina's captain ought to have been operating without guidance. We've just received our escort assignment, Blackthorn went on. A half-dozen unarmed and packed civvy ships, along with one of the HF's smelter fabber modules. Totals up to slightly less than 400 souls. And it's just the Stardust and the Machina on escort? Yep, we're going to have to punch above our weight class. I'm sure you're looking forward to that. When do we strike out? Final plans go out in 7 minutes, said Blackthorn. 7 minutes? You used to be able to issue warning orders a week ahead of time. How messed up is the Admiralty if you're only planning 10 minutes in advance? Blackthorn winced. It's quite grim. Zhao, Marcos, and Sun are unaccounted for, believed dead, and Karmazov and Brock are at an impasse. If not for the chair's directives, we'd be completely stuck. Well, thank God the system works. Anything else? There's one matter. Blackthorn paused, uncertainty evident in his expression. Have you been keeping up with the radio reports? Nah, they aren't showing them here. Something about their narrow beam array not working. Why, what's going on? It's Slater. Another pause, a bit longer this time. He was involved in an inspection tour on the Redoubtable, assisting with the revision of SOPs for some of the ship's new systems. The black box survived intact. Blackthorn's voice sounded rough. The bastard made a hero of himself once more, went down fighting. Hawkins's fist crashed onto the console's surface, causing a web of cracks to spread across the screen. Strangely, Slater was the first casualty of the day to truly affect him. His mother had passed away some time ago, and his father was securely positioned in the higher echelons of fleet. The rest of his companions were in the military, and certain dangers were part of their profession. But Slater had been practically retired, working a comfortable R&D position. He should have been awaiting their arrival at the HEP. Appreciate the update, Hawkins replied. He ended the call and faced the crew. Blood trickled from his tightly clenched fist. All right, he stated. This is how it's going to play out. Orion, you're going to quit the act. You're a smuggler. Big deal. Those implants of yours directly violate a chair decree. I couldn't care less. What's important is that every single one of you took an oath when you received your spacer tickets. You're fleet auxiliaries, and if you even consider neglecting your duty, I'll end you. Painfully. Got it? Orion gave a frantic, pale-faced nod. Fingers stared with his jaw slack, and Liam quickly tapped a few commands on his terminal. Even Rook appeared somewhat surprised. Only Whiskers seemed unaware of the deadly tone in Jenkins' voice. Hawkins leaned back in his chair, propping his feet on the cracked display, and inspected his sidearm, fully charged. Excellent. He looked up. Why are you standing around? 6 minutes till the fleet departs. Get to work. Tav Stardust. The Stardust-crowded bridge was packed to capacity. Blackthorn sat stiffly at the helm. Flaring operated the nav console, Wesley the TAC. Chirp was slouched in the chair at the comm station. Shadow had squeezed himself in beside the recuperating Avari. Lyra and Sora hovered in the hatchway. All vessels, intoned the radio. It's time. Your captains have already been given their instructions. They are to carry them out at once. All transmissions will stop once the tight beam network is severed. Prepare to receive direct communications from your squadron commanders. The multitude of remaining Terran vessels were gathered near enough to be seen without aid. Tiny individual craft and Marshal hunter-killer ships glided across the exteriors of the enormous Ark-class transports. Gigantic tugs and haulers obscured the view of stars. In every direction, Chirp gazed. He could observe the characteristic flicker of idle impeller nacelles. The scavenged remains of the TAS Hephaestus floated at the periphery of the formation, its vast dry docks now resembling fragile eggshells without its numerous support modules. Chirp smiled grimly at the thought of the hundreds of scuttling charges that fleet engineers had planted. If the compact attempted to sift through Sol's remnants, they would be in for an unexpected shock. In the distance, Mars's glow shone a vibrant red. Chirp trembled at the thought of the stunning rocky planet, his home, overrun with replicators, and at the vision of countless refugees escaping into tunnels carved deep under the regolith, and at the recollection of Earth's besieged cities, hurling their defiance skyward with their final breaths. They would return. If Chirp could become enamored with this system in just a few brief years, he couldn't fathom how attached the humans must have become over the millennia. He hoped there'd be something left when they returned. Throughout the solar system stood the gate, and surrounding the gate lingered swarms of replicators. Chirp had no doubt that the Terrans' makeshift fleet would push through. There were humans at the controls, after all, but anything might exist beyond the gate. Was Second Fleet still maintaining guard over the Nexus system? Were the replicators present there as well, lying in wait? And where on Earth was the Stellar Confederation? When would they appear to sink their fangs into the Terran's vulnerable heart? "Navigation?" asked Blackthorn. "Course plotted and awaiting execution," said Flaring. "TAC." "All weapons green," said Wesley. "Comms?" "We've just gotten the revised timings," Chirp announced. 35 seconds until burn." "Thank you, Aber." Chirp. "Anyone ready with a speech?" "Of course not. Hawkins isn't here." "Looks like you'll have to make do with a few words from me then." The Stardust captain drew in a breath. "This isn't the finale. Someday, we're going to return home." 4,000 Terran vessels ignited their impellers and set forth. They journeyed towards the replicators, towards the gate, towards the unknown. Tav Stardust Sol. The previous occasion Chirp had departed Sol, his wing hadn't been sore, and he'd lacked a view. He'd been clad in complete powered armor and packed into a confined troopship alongside the rest of his platoon. The troopship had been concealed within a cargo container, which had been covertly placed onto an intercepted compact freighter. They'd then endured a week relieving themselves through catheters and competing for the 2 square meters of floor space, not occupied by crash couches or weaponry. It had been dreadful, but at least back then there'd been the promise of coming back. When their mission was complete, they'd known they could return home. This time, the escaping Terrans had no such assurance. They might never make it back to Sol, or they might arrive too late to salvage anything. The view was pretty, though. The Stardust cruised near the rear of the Terran formation, and the bridge's primary view screen displayed the majority of the fleet. Civilian vessels were marked in green, armed naval auxiliaries in orange, and warships bore deep crimson outlines. Observing the fleet's movement was akin to gazing down the shaft of a blood-tipped spear, directed at the Sol Gate and propelled with the might of an entire species. The formation comprised thousands of ships. Chirp was able to spot the occasional ship constructed in the boxy compact design instead of the streamlined and aggressive forms preferred by the Terrans. These were remnant flock vessels, once again escaping from a conquered system. He remained uncertain about the number of Avari who had managed to leave Mars, but he wasn't going to check. This evacuation wasn't focused on any particular species. It was centered on Terrans. In their wake, a few civilian vessels stood between the Stardust and a small rearguard of heavy cruisers. The warships were crewed by volunteers, and they formed the sole defensive line against the chasing replicators. Only a small number of them were anticipated to survive the journey through the gate. The collective signature of over 4,000 impeller drives was difficult to conceal. They had drawn the notice of swarms circling Earth, Mars, and even clusters that were penetrating the belt. When they decelerated for their ultimate approach, their chasers would catch up to them. Their rearguard wouldn't suffice. They'd be overrun, but they couldn't allocate any more of their remaining warships to the rear. There were replicators awaiting them at the gate as well. Approximately 1/3 of the invading force had never entered the solar system, preferring to hover around the gate like an enormous swarm of locusts. Upon detecting the fleet's approach, they had assembled into a barrier. All remaining Terran dreadnoughts were gathered at the spear's point, prepared to forge a route for the defenseless civilian transports. Support vessels, essentially merchant ships and private yachts equipped with anti-piracy armaments, would attempt to prevent the replicators from closing in again, while the rearguard was already laying mines in the fleet's wake. If fortune favored them, they'd manage to get the majority of the Arcs through the gate. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much of humanity remaining to lament their shortcoming. unnamed cutter Saul. The bridge of Marshal Colonel Eric Wolf's cutter was immaculate. In the 7 hours since he'd agreed to become the most prolific mass murderer in human history, the only thing he'd managed to do was clean, systematically scrubbing and sanitizing every surface in the small craft. He reckoned that, at this point, the floor could have been used for an operation. He also felt that it needed one more go-over. He had positioned himself in a perilously low orbit around the sun, drawing breath from his skin suit's air supply. Every system on his cutter was shut down except for two, a hardline communications link with his payload and a single console displaying the results. Weber found himself unable to prevent his eyes from wandering to the screen or to stop himself from repeatedly reading that same line of text. Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. There would be no redemption for his crimes. Millions, maybe billions of humans had concealed themselves throughout Sol. His wife and daughter had never managed to leave Mars. Because of him, they would perish. The hundreds of thousands of humans escaping the system did so with the faint hope, however slim, of returning. The Council would dangle that promise in front of the civilians to urge them onward. The Admiralty would rally with calls to reclaim their home system, to charge back in and save their trapped brethren. Because of him, they would deceive. They wouldn't do it knowingly, of course, but their personnel might not view it that way. If the chairman's directives ever came to light, it could tear the Terran alliance apart. Weber didn't dwell on that now, though. They needed to halt the pursuit, yet they had to leave the fleet with hope. That meant they would have to utilize the weapon. Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. Weber stood up from his position, scrubbing the deck plating, and made his way to the rear of the bridge, behind the crash couch. He ought to inspect the lubricant on the seat's gimbling once more. That was crucial. It was naturally mere happenstance that the display wasn't visible from this spot. Arc 256, Solasi Neela adjusted her toe claws, attempting to find a comfortable position for them. It was those EVA boots. She'd remembered to take her fitted gloves when they'd evacuated Phoenix, but it hadn't crossed her mind to pack footwear. Cephian didn't typically wear shoes. Nyla had been compelled to squeeze her enormous shovel-like feet into the biggest pair of human boots available in the emergency locker. They felt about as pleasant as the bear traps she'd seen depicted in human history books. She had already triple-checked her gear. Heavy heat-shielding coveralls fit snugly over her form-fitted vac suit. Emergency rebreather fastened securely to her belt. Fusion torch nestled in beside it, and a complete seal on her suits, from her snout down to her triple-toed feet. Damn these boots! She wiggled her toe claws once more, then dropped her head in defeat. She'd simply have to endure the itch. Nyla was scanning through the Ark's floor plans, making sure she had them committed to memory, when she noticed her human partner gazing down at her with a frown. What was his name again? Bruce? Boromir? No, that was a name from a human tale. Benny? That didn't sound quite right. Curse these humans and their countless names. The man had uttered more than 8 syllables when they'd been paired, and Nyla had attempted to fix all 3 in her mind. She'd barely managed to hold on to the first letter. Are you certain you're ready for this? He inquired. It's perfectly fine to change your mind. This leap is going to be tough on the Arcs. His tone was gentle, but Nyla still bristled. Typical human. Just because he was taller, quicker, and somewhat stronger than her didn't mean she couldn't pull her own weight. Try burying a human under a half-ton of soil. See if they could dig themselves out before running out of air. Or try putting a hood over one of their heads, spinning them around and dropping them into an unfamiliar space. Slim chance they'd be able to stand up, navigate obstacles, and calmly find their way back to the door. Her companion, Brian, cleared his throat, and Nyla realized she'd entirely forgotten about his inquiry. She compelled her thoughts into order and quickly assembled a reply that bore all the intentional weight and solemnity of Cephian speech. Huh? She blurted. Nyla winced. That was bad even for her. The rescue work, answered her partner. Everyone here's a volunteer. No one expects you to remain if it's too much for you to handle. It isn't, she replied. I was taught by the finest. She said nothing more. The fellow wasn't family and had no claim to any further explanation from her. Any certs to back that up? No offense, but you're short, slow, fluffy? Forget subtlety. She was furious now. Rash, wisest of canyons, would have yanked her from the room, but he was securely settled on the council dreadnought. My planet's nearly as high gravity as yours, and my kind carved our home beneath its unyielding soil for 10,000 generations. We rebound when rocks strike us. We move boulders for pleasure. Our burrows make your subway tunnels look like graph lines. Just because I can't outpace you in the hurdles doesn't mean I can't lift a broken beam. Nyla gazed up at her partner's astonished expression, then continued. I'm also a certified Class B emergency responder, and I graduated with honors from the TAS Hephaestus Pre-Enlistment SAR Technical School. You know, the one that washes out 2 out of every 3 human students. She paused, allowing him to take it in, before adding, Is that qualified enough for you? He gave a nod, then offered his hand. I believe we started off poorly. My name's Zachary Corvus Sirius, engineer's mate on the Tab iceberg. Well, the former iceberg. She's just scrapped these days. Didn't manage to leave Texas. Nyla took hold of the man's hand with her shovel-like paw and gave it a shake. His grip was strong, but she matched it, just barely. I suppose I might have been a bit blunt myself. I currently go by the name Nyla. Tell me if I'm hindering you. I have a feeling you're slightly more capable than I am. The Ark emitted a constant groan as its inertial dampeners activated. They were decelerating, reducing to their transit speed. Nyla sensed the deck vibrating under her feet and quietly cursed whoever had chosen to retrofit the 70-year-old Arks instead of constructing new ones. No level of reinforcement could alter the fact that they'd been designed around enormous rotating drums. She merely hoped that the fleet's approach velocity was on the slower side. Sufficient maps. Nyla crouched down and shut her eyes. Slow breaths. Maintain a steady pulse. With some fortune, everything would go smoothly and her services wouldn't be required. But if disaster hit, she'd be prepared. She had a debt to repay after all. Chav Phantom Sol. Hawkins had to concede he was somewhat impressed with the Machina and its captain. Orion was a flurry of chaotic efficiency, urging the 2 bridge crew from one task to another while managing what must have been 2 bridge stations via his implants. And the vessel itself, despite its age and apparent state of disrepair, matched pace with the Stardust without the faintest indication of strain. If their weapons systems concealed similar enhancements, Hawkins and Rook might just have a chance of escaping Sol alive. The goat observed them all from the corner, chewing a mouthful of cud. Hawkins might have set a timepiece by the animal's methodical ruminations. Approach vector secured, Liam announced, initiating deceleration to target velocity in 30 seconds. What's the translation going to be like? Asked Rook. 1,500 fucking kilometers per fucking second. Damn, said Rook. That's bad? Asked Hawkins. As part of their onboard training, every fleet marine was required to qualify in at least one shipboard trade. Lower ranks filled the more routine roles, while warrants and above learned bridge duties. Hawkins could just about pass as competent at a tactical console. Rook, for reasons known only to herself, had chosen the far more challenging field of navigation. A few hundred clicks quicker, and we'd emerge as mush, responded Rook. The Stardust'll handle it no problem, and this hunk of junk ought to, but the Arks weren't designed for gate transitions. Might get ugly. Orion interrupted. This hunk of junk, as you so elegantly described it, will do just fine. She's quite a vessel. Before anyone could respond, the low bass notes of the Machina's grazer turret reverberated through the vessel. Hawkins immediately sat up straight. We're at the blockade already? No, but the rest of the swarms just overtook us, said Charles. They're why we're approaching the gate so rapidly. Here, let me activate that station you're sitting at. Maybe that'll quiet you down. As if that'll work, Hawkins muttered. He shifted his eyes to the fractured display. The sight that greeted him there extinguished any remaining inclination to continue the conversation. The swarm had in fact overwhelmed the Terran formation, hurling themselves at the rearguard with wild abandon. The warships grouped at the back responded to their assault with grazers. A few replicator ships managed to break through. The naval auxiliaries began firing. They managed to hold off the swarm for 23 seconds. Hawkins observed on the screen as a nearby squadron was overrun, their captains triggering their reactors as seething masses of replicators engulfed their hulls. Adjacent groups of ships adjusted their positions in response. Beads of sweat formed on Orion's brow as he carefully steered the Machina's path away from the explosion. They drew nearer to the awaiting replicator blockade. They broke through with one fierce burst of grazer fire. Replicator platforms rushed in to seal the breach, but the foremost dreadnoughts fired their engines to decelerate their dash towards the gate and shield the defenseless civilian vessels. The attackers perished by the thousands. The Machina performed its role, taking out a half-dozen of the smaller constructs. They passed through in an instant. Hawkins closed his eye tightly as they struck the gate. Unnamed cutter soul, weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. Weber reclined in his crash couch, his hands balled into fists. His fingernails dug into his palms. His knuckles were pale. His foot absently nudged a rag along the deck. Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. The text displayed on the screen was no longer merely a status report. It had transformed into something more. An indictment, a fiend, a guarantee of eternal punishment. The tiny, inconspicuous gray button beside the screen glared at him with the wrath of an entire species. When he awakened, he'd find himself in hell. His wife would be there waiting, along with his daughter, and the billion other souls that would perish by his actions. They would torture him mercilessly for all eternity. Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. 2 counters now ticked down beneath the console. One, displayed in green, indicated the number of seconds remaining until the final escaping Terran vessel passed through the gate. The other, shown in red, was the computer's best estimate of how long he had before the replicators discovered him. 25 seconds in green, 108 in red. Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. He berated himself for volunteering to carry this out personally. It had been his suggestion, he'd contended, his initiative. They weren't aware of the replicator's full capabilities, he'd pointed out. Might they be able to bypass a remote detonation signal? Could they disable a failsafe loop before it activated? Would they truly entrust a weapon of such magnitude to a mere timer? Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. He had discreetly revealed the plan to the 7 other Marshall engineers who had worked under his supervision. Young, intelligent, and unwaveringly committed to humanity's survival. 2 months prior, they had enthusiastically presented the first prototype, an enlarged version of the technology the Compact had employed to destabilize the core of Asarka's sun. Their task had been straightforward. All they had really needed to do was construct it on a larger scale. Not one of them had entered into it believing they were developing anything but a superweapon, yet they'd all managed to justify it to themselves in some way. For the majority, the suggestion that it would never be deployed against human targets was sufficient. Learning of the plan had left them shattered. To Weber's knowledge, not one of them remained alive. Weapon armed and awaiting command to fire. 4 emerald seconds remained. Weber's finger lingered above the gray button. He attempted to close his eyes tightly, tried to avert his gaze, but found himself unable to do so. 3 seconds. Upon issuing the command, the weapon would discharge, injecting terajoules of energy into the sun. 2 seconds. The sun wouldn't implode. Its core wouldn't even become unstable. Rather, a distinct gravitational pattern would spread across the galaxy at speeds far exceeding that of light. It would locate the gate. 1 second. Assuming their calculations were correct, the gate would react. It would attempt to propel the sun across the galaxy. It would not succeed, with disastrous consequences. The counter reached 0. He pushed the button with a shaking hand. Weapon fired. Somewhere in the expanse of the solar system, pulses of devastation began to emanate from the gate. When the initial wave reached Weber, its strength would have diminished, yet it would still overshadow the countless solar flares being ripped from the sun. Weber was unable to recall how long it would take for the initial pulse to arrive, or if his vessel would be disintegrated before Earth. He couldn't remember the time frame for the sun to regain stability, or if the gate might eventually recuperate. Even the predictions they had calculated for the damage to the Sol system had slipped his mind. His absent-mindedness didn't trouble him, however. The moment Weber's task was completed, he grasped for his sidearm as if he were a drowning man, desperate for oxygen. TAS Resolute Nexus. Rear Admiral Marcus Stern leaned forward in his seat, fingers interlaced, and observed the Stellar Confederation's movements. There were two enemy formations, officially labeled Bogey 1 and Bogey 2, but to him they resembled sharks that had detected blood in the water. They might attack at any moment. They wouldn't, though, at least not while Second Fleet still had a Sling-class battlecruiser remaining. The ungainly vessels were essentially just an impeller drive attached to a short-range accelerator cannon, but they were remarkably effective. When the compact initially surged through the gate and rushed at Second Fleet, the four slings had disabled one super dreadnought and left another adrift in space. Grant's dreadnought squadron and screen had pursued the injured behemoth, their grazers expanding the gaps created by the GANC cannons until the ship's Mad Ann plant was exposed. The other squadron of stalwart-class dreadnoughts, led by Rear Admiral Singh, had pivoted with the rest of the fleet to confront the compact's subsequent assault. Between the two dreadnought squadron commanders, Grant had received the more favorable assignment. Singh had perished in that assault, his vessel's reactor split apart by a grazer hit moments after his shields collapsed. The crew of another dreadnought had been compelled to abandon ship, and Grant had lost 3 more while completing his target. When Second Fleet turned to confront a third charge, they hadn't anticipated survival. Their tonnage had been cut in half, with only 7 dreadnoughts remaining to halt the charge. The final sling was concealed in the fleet's chop, ready to fire one last shot before being focused down by the compact's screen. They'd waited, they'd braced. They'd prepared to defend the Sol Vector until the end. But the compact hadn't arrived. The impasse had persisted for 3 hours, with the compact reluctant to risk more of their super dreadnoughts, and the Terrans too weakened to attempt a charge. The two fleets were now reduced to evading each other's long-range grazer fire, hoping to land a fortunate hit, but mostly just biding their time. Second Fleet had dispatched courier buoys through the gate, yet they'd received no reply. Grant had become concerned. Then the refugee's escaping soul had shown up, confirming his gravest concerns. Apparently, the compact had been equally caught off guard when civilian vessels began streaming through the gate. The enemy fleet had divided into 2 groups, positioning themselves to intercept the Terrans well before they could gain the speed required to jump back through the gate, while Second Fleet and their limited reinforcements had placed themselves between the adversary and the remnants of humanity. Now Grant was left pondering why the civilians didn't appear to be reducing their speed. The sole information the hurriedly composed cub he'd gotten had been able to provide was technical difficulties. Regardless of what they were, they needed to be sorted out quickly. Each kilometer they strayed from the gate only increased the compact's chances of ensnaring them within the system. TAV Stardust Nexus. Chirp blinked rapidly, attempting to dispel the post-jump queasiness. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Flaring regaining her composure. Wesley was gripping his station tightly. Blackthorn appeared as if he hadn't even registered the translation. No replicators appeared to be pursuing them. It seemed the mines were effective. "Compacts arrived," Blackthorn stated. His composed tone stood in stark contrast to the chill coursing through Chirp's veins. The Stellar Confederation had struck with full might, deploying hundreds of cruisers and 4 Ram-class super dreadnoughts. No, 7 super dreadnoughts. 3 of the floating wrecks were far too large to be classified as anything else. Those weren't the sole vessels releasing atmosphere, however. Second Fleet was in shambles, their might diminished to slightly over a third. They'd arranged themselves into a rough barrier to protect the civilian fleet, and at the core of the Terran formation, there were the Arcs. Chirp's crest fell as he viewed the message on his display. "Blackthorn, I've just relayed our new orders to you. Our squadron is to move quickly to a position near the edge of the civilian fleet and reduce speed. We're also to inform all unarmed vessels in our squadron to prepare to take on extra passengers." "What's with the altered plans? And where on earth are we getting additional passengers?" "The Arcs," said Chirp. "Not all of them survived the jump." Arc 256, Nexus. The jump had changed Arc 256 from a haven to a nightmare. Dense, oily smoke filled her broken corridors, and nearly all pre-contact systems had failed disastrously. Not the inertial dampeners, however. Those had endured to buffer the ship's reappearance in Nexus, and were still generating 1 standard gravity throughout the failing arc. Nyla was downing water in the shuttle bay, bracing herself for her fifth venture into the turmoil, when she spotted Benjamin quarreling with the hangar chief. She discarded her small paper cup and ambled over. "We're running out of time," the chief was saying, frustration evident on his soot-covered face. "Visibility's down to half a foot in the hallways, and we've got less than 7 minutes until the evacuation deadline. Keep your search close to our entry point. Check for any survivors you might have overlooked. It's too dangerous to venture further in." "I'm not suggesting we need to go any deeper," Benjamin said. "Just that we require some powerful cutting equipment to break through the obstruction at 23B. It's barely 200 meters inside." "Why the hell do you want to get through 23B?" "There's a cabin that's occupied on the opposite side. It's not in our sector, but we're the only ones able to get to it. Give me about 10 minutes. You don't have 10 minutes, you've got 7. And by the time you've set up the equipment, it'll be 1. Request denied. We need to cut our losses at some point." "I'm little. I can squeeze through," Nyla said. The two humans looked down at her. "Which cabin?" 82389, Benjamin stated. His eyes scanned the hangar deck as he searched for his helmet. "There's no damn way you'll manage to get through," said the chief. "It's a fool's—" "Watch this," Nyla said. She snatched her respirator and goggles. Her helmet had split in half during the jump, following a short yet intense encounter with a bulkhead, and shoved through the heavy curtain keeping the smoke at bay. "We don't abandon our people. Have Phantom Nexus." Orion was striding back and forth on the narrow bridge. "How much longer do you think we should wait here, soldier boy? We're floating farther and farther away from the gate. We ought to cut our losses and make a run for it." "And abandon nearly a third of the fleet's population in disabled vessels?" Hawkins inquired. "No way. We stay put until we receive orders to relocate. However, there's a chance. The compact won't pursue a single freighter. If we depart immediately—" "Not a chance in hell," Hawkins reiterated. "Don't bring it up again. That would make me mad." Arc 250 Nexus. Nyla advanced with the measured, purposeful stride of a Cephian. At this point, she'd committed to memory every warped floor panel, each ruptured conduit, and every scorching stretch of deck. Navigating her way through to Bulkhead 23B was child's play. It took her merely 30 heartbeats. She dragged her blunt, digging claws across the obstruction, searching for the opening she recalled. It was situated about half a meter above the ground and just barely wide enough for her to squeeze through. Nyla crouched down, fusion torch in hand, and began to crawl through. Another 20 beats lost down the drain. Her improvised tunnel terminated after 2 meters, obstructed by a bent reinforcement beam. Nyla's torch flickered to life and cut out a section. She sensed each second passing. When the metal piece fell away, the Cephian didn't pause for the edge to cool down. She pressed herself flat and attempted to squeeze underneath. She miscalculated, failing to account for her cumbersome equipment, and the luminous edge of the metal scorched a line of skin, fur, and suit along her back. Her concentration broke. For a moment, all she could think about was crawling out from beneath the beam. She lost track of the count. Had 30 beats gone by? 40? She couldn't be sure. "Hasty," she swore. "Why do I always have to be so hasty?" Nyla sensed her meticulously arranged plan quivering at its foundation. Lacking the count, her calculated progress seemed more like a frantic dash. How would she regulate her pace? At what point should she retreat? She scoffed at the idea. She'd return when she had finished, not a moment sooner. She owed that much. Nyla got to her feet, disregarding the fresh ache, and pressed forward. This was unfamiliar ground, with concealed hazards that made her reduce her speed. The Cephian regained her composure, carefully noting each footfall. The cabin door was 38 meters away from the debris. Nyla began to make her way towards the corridor's edges at the 36-meter mark. It was challenging. Over half of the deck remained scorching hot from overloaded power conduits. The fronts of her boots were singed from testing the floor ahead of her. Nyla's gloved talons gripped the door's manual release and turned. It jammed midway. Perfect. A couple of swift cuts with her fusion torch emptied the hydraulics and severed the lock. She yanked the door open and took a swift breath of clean, unfiltered air before the smoke could rush in behind her. The grandfather was collapsed near a damaged emergency locker, motionless. Nyla was unable to detect a pulse. The granddaughter was weeping in the corner. Nyla lifted the small child and, after pulling back her coveralls and skin suit, nestled the girl against her fur. The delicate human gazed up at the Cephian with large, frightened eyes. Nyla was aware of what to say. Slater had murmured those very words to her, just after he'd gathered her up in his arms and positioned himself between her and the fury of her species' expiring world. "Everything will be all right," she said. "I'm here with you now. You won't be harmed by anything else. Have Phantom Nexus." Hawkins noticed the movement from the edge of his vision and leapt from his seat, pulling out his weapon as he turned toward the Machina's captain. The crafty fellow had attempted to use his aimless wandering to shift his position on the bridge. Orion's own weapon had scarcely cleared its holster. Disbelief flickered across the heavy-set captain's face, disappearing as swiftly as it had emerged. He raised his gun with a shrug. "You didn't have to bother getting up," Orion said. "We don't intend to harm you. It's just that we're not keen on dying here with the fleet when there's a clear chance to escape. We'll let you off at the first fringe port we come across." He offered an apologetic smile. "Plus, you can't operate this ship without my implants. Shooting me wouldn't really help you much." Hawkins's gaze darted to Fingers and Liam, who had both stood up from their chairs with drawn holdouts. They were positioned at his 4 o'clock. No chance he could cover all three. Orion remained in front of him, wielding another of those pitiful little toys. Hawkins had once carried a pistol like that on Lotus Station. You were better off hurling the damn things instead of waiting for a second shot. Hawkins had an idea. "All right," he said. "You've got me." He gradually lowered his weapon. "Let's not get violent in here." Rook's elbow crashed into Fingers' throat as she snapped Liam's wrist. The two men let their guns fall and wheezed in agony. Hawkins grinned. She possessed a talent for blending into the scenery. He charged at Orion. The captain fired his gun, but Hawkins's vac suit took the brunt of the shot. Well, most of it. It still tore a hole through his shoulder, but it didn't completely shatter the joint. He crashed into Orion with his unharmed side. They both tumbled down, grappling with each other. A hard object struck Hawkins's nose. He let out a grunt of pain as it cracked. Had Orion rammed his head into him? How could someone so heavy be this damned elusive? With his left arm dangling uselessly, he couldn't quite manage to get the bastard into a hold. Instead, he drove his knee into Orion's groin. Forcefully. The Machina's captain let out a groan, then fell limp. Hawkins extricated himself and got to his feet. "Does anyone else want to break ranks?" he inquired. "No? Good. Let's not repeat this in the future." He slumped back into his seat, reaching into his belt pouch for field nanites. Orion continued writhing in pain, his face pale. Fingers and Liam kept casting anxious glances at Rook. Hawkins sighed. This was going to be a long trip. TAS Resolute Nexus. The fleet was too far from the gate. Rear Admiral Grant continued gazing at the plot, calculating vectors and escape routes mentally. The Nexus gate provided access to 4 other systems, yet for the fleet, it represented nothing more than an enormous dead end. The compact blocked their path to freedom. No degree of ingenious maneuvering would prevent their super dreadnoughts from ripping through the unprotected civilian vessels. A brief survey of the room confirmed that his flag staff had arrived at the same conclusion. Commodore Jen, Commander Aspen, and Commander Frost all gazed dejectedly at the plot, while Lieutenant Sparrow kept stealing glances from the comm station. Major Kovacs was lingering in the corner, eyeing the 2 armed marshal officers standing guard at the door. They were trapped. There was no way out. "Unless you," said Grant. "How many of the old payloads do we have left?" "One for each stalwart, sir," Yu answered. "We had them fueled and prepared for a boarding operation after the initial charge, but they called it off." "Aborted? Why on earth did they abort? And how come I wasn't informed about this?" "The entry points we utilized on the ram were obstructed. Huge armored panels." "And you were informed," said Harsanyi. "You simply had more urgent matters to deal with at that moment." Grant furrowed his brow, recalling the past. Indeed, Harsanyi had certainly submitted the report. It had been during the time he was integrating the remnants of Singh's dreadnought squadron into his own, however. He hadn't given it much thought. "I'm sorry, Major. It escaped my memory. But the important thing is that we still possess stealth-capable shuttles, and they're operational, correct? Aye, sir. Perfect. Lieutenant Sparrow, establish a direct connection to Admiral Blake. Grant grinned. An idea has occurred to me. ARC 256 Nexus. Nyla staggered through the smoke-filled hallway, hardly able to dodge the numerous obstacles strewn across the floor. The journey back was turning out to be much more challenging without the aid of her respirator. She felt the tension mounting in her lungs, heard a part of her mind urging her to take a breath. This wasn't at all like excavating her way out of a cave-in, where each movement was meticulously planned and carried out to conserve energy. This was pure disorder. Nyla couldn't fathom why she'd believed she could reach the shuttle bay on a single breath. The girl moved against her chest, brushing her fur, and Nyla recalled. That was why she was able to do it. Take one step after another. Always keep moving forward. Slater had shown her that. This was similar to the training course back on the HEF. Her foot snagged on something, causing her to stumble. Nyla managed to extend both arms and catch herself clumsily before she fell onto the girl, but the impact fractured one of the Cephian's wrists. She clamped her teeth on her tongue to stifle the scream and inadvertently inhaled some smoke. A cough shook her body before she could suppress it. Vital air escaped her lungs. Somehow, Nyla managed to regain her composure and retain the last of her breath, but smoke still lingered in her lungs. The need to cough was nearly overpowering. She suppressed it, just barely. Nyla pushed herself up using her one good arm and experienced a wave of relief when she heard the consistent hiss of the girl's respirator over the throbbing in her ears. The child was still breathing. That was the only thing that mattered. She tested the path ahead with one foot claw, probing drunkenly before continuing her unsteady advance. Her legs weren't quite functioning as they should. She'd attempt to lift one up, meaning to step over an obstacle, only to have it scrape along the ground. The deck seemed to be swaying constantly, even though the artificial gravity and dampeners remained operational. It was all she could manage to keep her balance. One step, then the next. Continue moving in the direction of the shuttle bay. Resist the impulse to cough. If she paused, the girl would be finished. Suddenly, hands were grasping her, keeping her upright, pulling her into fresh air. She blinked with surprise as the smoke disappeared, then bent over as the coughing fit she'd been suppressing erupted forcefully. Benjamin supported her as she struggled with her coverall's zipper, revealing the girl's respirator-covered face to the bay. "Let's go, Nyla, we need to leave." He was motioning toward a small cutter station close by. "The rest of the evacuation's gone. We can't stay behind much longer." "You," she gasped, "you stayed." "Of course I did," Benjamin replied. The man was smiling like a fool. "We don't abandon Terrans, remember? Tav Stardust Nexus." "Fresh instructions, Blackthorn," Chirp announced. "The fleet's planning to attempt some maneuvers in 3 minutes. Every vessel is to shut down their Madan reactors and go dark at their assigned time, and all ships equipped with cold start capabilities are to prepare for jump start procedures." "That's extreme," said Blackthorn. "We should probably warm up the fusion bottle in that case. Will you relay the message to the engineering deck?" "Already sent the message." "Of course you did. You Avari make damn fine crew." "Thanks," said Flaring. "Any word on why we're killing the lights?" "Some scheme of Rear Admiral Grant's." The bridge grew quiet. Shadow placed his head on Chirp's lap and gave a gentle whine, while the Avari absently petted the German shepherd's large head. "Wasn't he the one who came up with the ship-in-a-container scheme that got us into Zenith?" Wesley inquired. He was frowning. "Yeah," Flaring replied slowly. "I believe so, though he wasn't a Rear Admiral at that time." "He got a promotion out of the op, if I recall correctly," said Chirp. "Well, I wound up with claustrophobia," Wesley remarked. "Can't say I'm particularly happy that he's brewing something up for the whole fleet." "Everyone, hush," Blackthorn said. He seemed anxious. "We're going to lose the lights soon." The artificial gravity failed. The lights went out. The consoles went dark. Then after a few moments, the fusion reactor activated and the illumination came back, though they stayed weightless. Blackthorn let out a relieved sigh. "That's the first time we've started up the fusion bottle," he said. "To be honest, I'm somewhat surprised it didn't explode." "TAS Resolute Nexus. The Relentless's flag bridge seemed empty without Grant's entire staff. Commander Yu and Ensign Parker had remained. The others had evacuated with the crew. Just a small skeleton crew was left on each of the dreadnoughts. Yu was sprawled across the comm station's crash couch. Parker had his head stuck in an access panel. Grant sat brooding. "This had better work," he said. "It will," said Yu. "Your schemes always work." "They don't usually include this many vessels," Grant remarked, "and I don't believe I've ever wagered against the survival of all of humanity." A muted squawk came from the access panel, and Parker emerged, his expression apologetic. "Sorry, sirs, brushed against a live wire." "How's it coming?" asked Yu. "Almost done. The Rear Admiral's tablet will be wired in shortly." "It's beginning," Grant said. The conversation ceased as all three men turned towards the holographic display. The initial Terran vessel shut down its impellers, its drive signature disappearing from the Relentless's screen. Several moments later, it emerged once more. Grant grinned. The initial phase of his scheme, it appeared, would proceed without a hitch. The fresh drive signature wasn't precisely identical to the original. For starters, it was displaced by approximately 40 meters. And secondly, it was just a tad more powerful. The fast attack craft couldn't perfectly replicate the drive signature of the civilian freighter it was mimicking. It wouldn't make a difference. The far-off stellar Confederation formations would never be able to discern the distinction. One after another, the outskirts of the Terran formation faded to black, the spaces swiftly filled by the fleet's waiting smaller vessels. A few of the bigger ships needed more than a single craft to mimic them. Simulating the drive signature of the lone surviving sling required 4 FACs and 2 light cutters flying in a perilously tight formation, while the heftier Vigilant ER-class battleships demanded 3 FACs each. Before long, vessels deep in the formation began shutting down their reactors and disappearing from the tactical display. No replacements appeared. They could conceal themselves in the wake left by the dreadnought's impellers. Stalwart-class dreadnoughts were well known for their enormous drive signature. The deception was effective solely from a handful of meticulously chosen perspectives. View the Armada from any other vantage point, for instance, from the command deck of the Relentless, and it became glaringly obvious that the Terrans were staging a performance. However, the Compact would be none the wiser. They wouldn't notice the groups of FACs and cutters mimicking battleships and cruisers. They wouldn't be able to distinguish between the boundary of a massive civilian fleet and the few strategically positioned small craft pushing their drives to the limit. And they definitely wouldn't realize that, aside from the 7 dreadnoughts, not a single one of the vessels had a crew. At the very least, Grant hoped they wouldn't. He remained uncertain if they'd fall for the bait. "All slave ships are accounted for," Yu reported. "The load's been divided among the squadron, and the processor banks aren't even close to reaching their limits." "Thank you, old friend," Grant said. "Issue the move orders. We'll see if the Compact takes the bait." Tav Stardust Nexus. Chirp observed with satisfaction as the Compact pursued Grant's phantoms. They had been completely deceived, even going as far as merging their 2 formations into a single one to more effectively confront what they believed to be the Terran fleet. "Is it all right if I come in?" Sora inquired. Kip dozed off right before the gravity disappeared, and Fang's getting into his suit with Lyra to assist with the jump starts. "I need a distraction from the thought of my partner floating out in open space." "Of course," said Blackthorn. "We've got the finest view on the vessel." The auxiliary fusion reactor generated just enough energy to operate the primary display and passive sensors, along with life support and radiation shielding. Sora pulled herself towards the rear bulkhead and slid her arms through a pair of the zero-G ladder loops, suspended in place. The Lycan's ears flickered with amusement at the Compact's movements. You can always rely on an Uquir to adopt the most direct path to a given solution. See how they're mirroring Grant's movements precisely. We're manipulating them with ease. "There were more than a few clever Uquir on Zenith," said Chirp. "Sure, but none of them were higher ranked than a High Fist, all young and ambitious. By the time one of those jerks reaches Greater Overlord, they're old and bloated, couldn't figure their way out of a sharp bend. Now replace one of those rats with an Alpier, and you've got a completely different tale. They're fond of their trickery, Some of the stunts they'll attempt are, wait a second, what was that vector about? What vector? Wesley inquired. He leaned back over his tactical console and began entering commands. The one that third compact super dreadnought just received. Only maintained it for around 10 seconds, but it was pretty darn close to a direct line shot back towards us. It's probably just a coincidence. Recall what I mentioned earlier? If they have an Alpier in charge, and we mustn't assume otherwise, coincidences simply don't exist. Let's check the sensor logs. Sora's ears were flattened against her head with concern. We could be facing an issue. TAS Resolute Nexus. Urgent communication from Admiral Blake. Sir, you reported. It arrived via the tight beam. Display it on my personal terminal, Grant said. He longed for his implants. Prior to the refugee fleet's jump into Nexus, the whole message could have been replayed inside his mind. He wouldn't have even needed to glance away from the tactical display. Rear Admiral Grant, Hugh's recorded head stated, by the time you receive this message, 11 minutes will have passed since the Stellar Confederation dispatched a heavy cruiser squadron on a ballistic trajectory toward the refugee fleet. The projected course has been sent along with this transmission. They haven't pierced the illusion yet, but will do so at 14 minutes after launch unless action is taken. Adjust your formation as needed. Additionally, please note that 98 minutes after their launch, the heavy cruiser squadron will spot the civilian fleet and notify the Stellar Confederation commander. Even at top speed, bogies 1 and 2 will remain able to intercept us upon our detection. Their advance is unavoidable. Firing upon them would reveal our location, and they're too far away for your grazers to breach their shields. I was instructed to remind you that the civilian's survival is of utmost importance, but I've known you for 11 years. You don't need that reminder in the least. Do us proud. Hugh out. It seems the Admiralty wouldn't achieve the smooth, casualty-free getaway they'd wished for. A shame, really. They might have benefited from Grant's dreadnoughts after they managed their escape. You, Grant said, I'm sending some coordinates to your station. Ask the math experts to calculate a new formation that makes this whole operation airtight from 2 angles again. He began to walk back to the TAC plot, then stopped. Oh, and Parker? If you're not going to be able to complete those modifications, now's the moment to let me know. You've become about as mission-critical as it gets. Tav Stardust Nexus. Bloody hell, whispered Chirp. Sora was right. I was? Sora inquired, his ears perking up with contentment. Then moments later they sagged back down. Of course I was. The Admiralty's circulating an update on the tight beam network. A squadron of heavy cruisers is on a ballistic intercept trajectory. They haven't distributed their estimate of the vector, but flaring ought to be capable of producing something rough. Already on it, Flaring replied. The Avari's beak was immersed in the navigation console. The computer's still narrowing down the options, but we've got roughly an hour and a half before we're on their scopes. After that, we're completely screwed, said Wesley. We weren't meant to go active until the compact was a solid 300 million clicks out of position. They'll barely be half that far. Plus the gate's acting up, said Sora. Every head in the room swiveled the lichen. The what? Asked Chirp. The gate, Sora said. Check out those readings in the bottom left corner. Gravity spikes every 40 seconds, and periodic light emissions from the rings. Neither of those should be happening. Something's not right. She looked around the surprised room, her ears perked up. You mean you hadn't noticed? TAS Resolute Nexus. For the first time ever, Grant was about to use the chairman's paranoia to his benefit. The idea made him feel nearly as elated as the fact that the closest marshal was over 150 million kilometers distant. He'd love to see them attempt to get their filthy claws into his squadron now. Parker poked his head out of the access panel, and noticing Grant observing, flashed a thumbs up. Nearly done, sir. The tablet's connected, and we've successfully bypassed most of the physical security measures. We'll be able to meet up with the others on the FAC once I've dealt with the redundancies. Thank you, Ensign. You are the rest of the dreadnoughts ready? They've been that way for a while now, sir. Not one of them needed to undergo as many alterations as Parker did. Thanks for the update. It's nice to hear that at least one thing has worked out in our favor today. It was typical of the chairman to demand that all Terran warships larger than a light cruiser be constructed with a restricted override system, which could be utilized by a marshal to seize control of a Terran Alliance fleet from rebellious forces. As with any system created by committee, it was generally considered a dysfunctional mess. It wasn't possible to activate it remotely or hand control to an AI. That would have gone against an outdated law limiting autonomous spacecraft above a certain weight. In fact, to actually utilize the blasted thing to manage a squadron, 2 marshals had to be present in every CIC and flag bridge, and both individuals needed to approve each command before it could be carried out. It's no surprise the system had never been utilized. At this moment, Parker and about 20 other engineers throughout the squadron were occupied with transforming the override into a somewhat useful tool. Grant had intentions for the adapted device. Big plans. Have Phantom Nexus. Are we able to depart now, sir? Orion inquired. His tone was laced with sarcasm, and he continued to wince with each step he took. I simply want to ensure I won't be fired upon for accompanying the rest of the fleet. We could remain here and await the compact, if that's what you prefer. So the move order's been issued, then? Hawkins inquired. He was pressing a cloth to his fractured nose, attempting to prevent blood from seeping into the zero-gravity compartment. Whiskers was gazing at him, methodically chewing. That's right, Orion replied. We're supposed to circle around and strike the gate from the Crimson Vector. Our squadron's positioned towards the rear. Then don't let me stop you. Thank you, Captain, said Orion. Mance, get the reactor back up. A grunt reverberated across the vessel. Moments later, the artificial gravity reactivated and deposited Hawkins back into his seat. The goat touched down neatly on all 4 hooves. Liam, Orion instructed, bring us into formation directly behind the Stardust. I don't want to waste a single moment longer in this godforsaken solar system. She's not up yet, said Liam. Damn. Well, destroy the plant or something. Perhaps her captain will assume. The man's eyes settled on Hawkins. He appeared to have forgotten about Rook once more. So we've done this several times. We're smugglers. What are you planning to do? Arrest us? Later, perhaps, Hawkins replied. For now, do your damn job and assist in getting our squadron jump-started. Could help influence the jury awaiting you at your court-martial? As if, Orion mumbled. The fellow likely believed he was speaking softly, but Hawkins had always possessed remarkable hearing. Nobody's ever managed to catch me yet. Nobody on the small bridge paid much attention to the gate. Tav Stardust Nexus. After defecting to the Terran Alliance, Fang had found that he adored EVA work. Operating outside a ship's hull, with just a thin suit separating him from the endless expanse of infinity, frightened him in a way that he simply couldn't get enough of. It made him feel truly alive. The impact was somewhat diminished by his suit's helmet. It pushed down on his ears, almost flattening them against his face. He'd found himself scratching idly at the exterior of the helmet several times since departing the Stardust's airlock. The radio in his suit crackled, and Lyra's voice came through. How's it going? She inquired. Almost there, said Fang. 100 meters to go. Fang corrected his trajectory with a brief pulse from his thruster pack. The power conduit, fastened to his belt, continued tugging him off course, but it wasn't too difficult to handle. The Maxwell's hull dominated his field of view. He eased his thrusters before making contact with the hull, touching down with a scarcely noticeable impact. Fang utilized magnetic clamps to move towards the external access panel, which opened smoothly at his touch. Attaching the conduit took just under 4 seconds, and the safety checks were completed in a moment. Connection established, Fang announced. Inform Blackthorn that he's clear to fire it up. Roger, Lyra said. It ought to be happening any moment now. Do you feel anything? Fang's paws were abruptly drawn to the Maxwell's exterior. Yep, another perfect jumpstart. I'm pushing off as we speak. He turned to face the oncoming compact squadron as he drifted back in the direction of the Stardust. They were expected to enter engagement range at any moment. Assuming the Terran countermeasures worked as claimed, it would be quite the spectacle. He was greeted by 6 sharp flashes of light. He attempted and failed to twitch his ears into a smile. The instant wasn't truly that momentous. The compact's suspicions would have been verified the moment the first Terran vessel activated her Madan plant. but Fang felt that at least one individual should observe it. Another thing grabbed his attention. The spinning rings of the faraway gate, usually a dull black and unseen by the unaided eye, were flashing a vivid blue. He was unable to come up with any explanation for this. "Fang!" Blackthorn's voice called out. "Quit dawdling and get your rear back into the ship. The Admiralty's handed out the course for our jump. Fluctuations be damned. And I'm worried that if you're not in here before we leave, Sora's going to have my hide." She's pacing about. He turned and activated the thruster pack. Blackthorn's comment had reminded him that, in his eagerness to get outside the hull, he'd entirely forgotten about Sora. That had been an error. His partner despised it when he went EVA. If he didn't get back soon, she was going to be pissed. TAV Relentless Nexus. The compact had just started to speed up back in the direction of the civilian fleet when Grant launched his attack. For a fleeting instant, his formation descended into barely managed disorder as the unmanned FACs and cutters that had created the illusion darted into new positions. Hundreds of small vessels swarmed around the bows of the torpedo-shaped stalwarts, forming what was likely the most costly ablative shield in human history. Then the dreadnoughts charged. 7 capital vessels raced towards the 4-grouped compact super dreadnoughts. The Terrans' acceleration surpassed their listed maximums as they pushed their impellers to the limit. Grant sensed acceleration seep through his ship's dampeners, pressing him into his crash couch. Dark spots danced in his vision as he struggled to stay awake. He didn't want to miss a single moment. The compact shifted to confront the danger, stopping their progress toward the escaping civilian fleet. Grant managed a faint smile. That was positive. Even if all else failed, he'd still have gained a few valuable minutes. Gradually, agonizingly, the distance between the formations narrowed. Grant held on to awareness for 40 grueling minutes as the dreadnoughts kept accelerating. Then, when Grant felt he couldn't endure any more punishment, the force pressing on his chest doubled as the Terrans pushed their impeller drives even harder. Without his air tube, he would have begun to suffocate. Instead, he teetered on the edge of consciousness. Then the pressure eased and Grant could breathe freely once more. His FAC had been ejected from the Relentless. Ideally, without the compact detecting it, he'd succeeded. He'd be able to witness the spectacle. The compact's grazers struck out at the approaching Terran warships, overpowering the screens and searing through layers of small craft and steel. Not one of Grant's dreadnoughts returned fire. They simply continued to build up speed. When the enemy finally grasped the Rear Admiral's plan, it was too late for them to attempt evasive maneuvers. The bow of the Relentless struck the hull of the initial compact super dreadnought. The comparative speed between the two vessels was 0.35 c, and the dreadnought massed millions of metric tons. The Terrans didn't need to overload the reactor or even direct their strikes with great precision. They only needed to achieve one glancing blow on each enemy capital ship. All 7 dreadnoughts struck home. From the bridge of Grant's payload-class FAC, there wasn't really much to observe. The force of the explosion had burned out their sensors. Alarms blared as their screens fought against the sudden burst of radiation, and the FAC trembled as debris from the inferno pummeled the ship. Grant sensed the first breach in the hull, could barely make out the hiss of their air as it escaped into the vacuum of space. At least I managed to save the crews, he thought. Then the spots came back, flooding his vision, and Grant's world faded to black. RFS Stormbreaker. Nyla steadied herself against a bulkhead as the Heartbreaker emerged into the system. She looked around anxiously, partly anticipating some sort of disaster, but her worries were unnecessary. Gate translations were routine for a compact manufactured vessel. A haunting melody echoed through the ship's internal speakers. The song lingered between a sorrowful dirge and a powerful rallying cry, with shimmering notes of hope weaving through the somber chords. A voice sounded through the ship-wide intercom, speaking human common with the trilling accent of an Avari. "Our translation to Crimson was a success," it announced. "The fleet is reassembling for a prompt second jump. We'll be executing this one at an even more gradual pace. I'm now permitted to inform you that we do indeed have a long-term plan. During the last 5 years, components of the Third Fleet have been carrying out surveying missions along the edges of compact-controlled territory. They've assembled quite an extensive list. We're going to shake off the compact, and then we're going to take ourselves on a little tour of the galaxy. We won't drift forever. We'll find ourselves a new home." A faint cheer echoed through the cargo hold. Well, faint by human standards. To Nyla's sensitive ears, it was ear-splitting. She hobbled through the crowd towards a wall display, experiencing a brief moment of self-consciousness as Benjamin made way for her. It disappeared as soon as she glimpsed the screen. Fleets of ships were still emerging from the gate, and slightly more than half of the arcs had made it, but there were spaces in the organized formations. Large spaces. Maybe there'd been a catastrophe waiting after all. Chava Phantom. The machina trembled as it passed through the gate, even more intensely than during their rapid flight from Sol. A pressure bore down on Hawkins' chest, forcing him back into the worn crash couch. He found it difficult to draw breath. The artificial gravity failed. Lights went out and the red emergency lighting activated. The comm station erupted in sparks, and smoke began to seep from the seams in the deck plating. Emergency bulbs burst one after another. Then, at last, the weight disappeared. "Was any of that supposed to occur?" Hawkins managed to say. His left arm continued to sting and his nose had started bleeding once more, though thankfully the blood was dripping downward. The artificial gravity had somehow remained functional despite everything. "No," said Orion and Rook. They shared an awkward glance. Orion interrupted the quiet with an overstated cough. "No, it shouldn't have. That gate transition was well under the maximum. It ought to have been smooth as an escort's—" Boss," Fingers cut in, "you might want to check out the tack plot." Hawkins observed Orion's gaze go unfocused as the man's implants activated. He began sub-vocalizing his own commands instinctively, then swore as he recalled that his own implants remained dormant. Instead, he shifted his attention to his own functioning console. The system was vacant. Well, nearly vacant. There were a scant few impeller signatures racing away from the gate, but nothing more. The fleeing fleet had numbered over 4,000. There ought to have been a congestion, for heaven's sake. "Mance!" shouted Orion. "Mance, you get your sorry behind out onto the hull and repair the damn comm arrays. They're malfunctioning again." A low bass rumble reverberated through the vessel. Orion made his way to the rear of the bridge and leaned heavily against the wall. "They'd better be friendly," Orion remarked, "'cause I don't reckon the old girl's got much fight left in her." "At least one of these had better be the Stardust," Hawkins thought, "because if I'm trapped on this rusty heap for the remainder of my days, I'll lose it completely." "Bleat," said the goat. Tav Stardust. The Stardust's gravity had failed once more. Those on the bridge who weren't secured were floating clumsily through the air. An excited shriek had prompted Sora to rush from the bridge, mumbling about corralling a kip no longer bound by gravity. The remaining crew members were performing a quick assessment of the system. "It appears one of the vessels is the Machina," Wesley remarked. "Their impeller signature is a match at least. They aren't broadcasting anything on the IFA frequency." "And the rest?" asked Blackthorn. "Everyone's from our squadron," answered Wesley, although the tug's lacking a bit of hull. Rear third was cut right off. "Shit, the crew are still in the flight deck, at the ship's prow." "Good. We don't need any additional pointless casualties today. Has anyone responded to our hails?" "Nope," Chirp replied, "and it's doubtful they will. Our military communications array made it through that jump, but a civilian setup like the Machina's is basically just an antenna attached to the hull. Given the level of bleed-through we experienced—" "Yeah, we're fortunate we still have atmosphere," Blackthorn remarked. "Wesley, you're completely certain that our sensors aren't malfunctioning? We're not confusing our short-range view for the entire system? Because there ought to be many more vessels here than just our squadron." "Nah," Wesley replied. "Board's all clear. The Stardust handled that turbulence like a pro." "So where the hell are we then?" No one could provide an answer. Beyond the Stardust, their modest squadron floated through the void. The gate towered over an empty system. The anticipated Terran fleet was absent. In fact, nothing was there. No probes, no stations, and no other vessels. They hadn't appeared from the jump alongside the rest of the fleet. Rather, they discovered themselves isolated.
You have reached the end of the story. If you enjoyed this story and want to support us, please leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and for every comment that says 88, I will heart every single one of them. Thank you for your time.